elected president in 1981, he decided to launch this huge project called Grand Louvre. So the renovation took almost 8 years. 3 years were dedicated to the study, feasibility phase, what we should do, what should be done for this, and how we can implement this project. And then after, with the help of the architect, 5 years of work were necessary to recreate this Grand Louvre. And the idea, as I said, was to expand the museum when removing the Ministry of Economy in wing, what we call wing Richelieu. To have more place for the collection, of course, but also to rethink about the circulation of the visitors with new entrances and new passageways. So as I said, we managed to reallocate the Ministry of Economy. They managed to deploy the collection. We create different escalators and access, so there were free access to visit the museum, inside access to the galleries. In the basement, they have created these new spaces for audience, with a shopping mall, with restaurants. Okay, when I said shopping mall, it's really dedicated to art. It's not a proper shopping mall. But there are also restaurants, because the lack of restaurants was obvious in this museum. Nobody could have a proper lunch. So they create what they call Restaurama. I think you have like, I don't know, 10 or 12 different kinds of restaurants from all over the world. So everybody can find something to eat easily. And one of a technical point of view, which was very important, and I mentioned that when you are thinking about the technical circulation or flows of artworks, they create a long corridor of 1.4 kilometers underground to make a connection between the storage, the technical part, and the galleries. So this project was not only to improve the visit or to preserve the collection, but also there was also part dedicated to the technical system process. Second example, Musée d'Orsay. I mentioned it before. Musée d'Orsay is the second museum in France in terms of audience. This museum is opposite to Louvre, along the river called the Seine. And this museum before was a railway station, so which was built in the 19th, and was a station for 70 years only. So imagine this is a huge building for only 70 years of exploitation. So we closed this railway station in 1975. Then different projects were on the table, I should say. One was to create a luxury hotel, but this project was abandoned, and Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, a former president, decided to create, because he was also amateur of 19th century art, and he wanted to create a dedicated museum to the 19th century, and specifically the second part of the 19th century, because Louvre is displaying artworks until 1850, sorry, and Musée d'Orsay is displaying artworks from the 1850 until 1940, just before the First World War. So this collection, the collection display, they are part of different other museums, such as Louvre, and also a previous museum called Jeux de Paume, where we display the Impressionism collection, the French Impressionism collection. So this is a merge of collection, and to display this collection, we wanted to have a huge place. That's why we have this place renovated, which opened in 1860. So the idea also was to keep the building as it was. Of course, we removed the railway lines, but we keep the clock, for instance, which was one of the iconic parts of the building. The nave, as you can see, top on the left, of course, has been preserved. So there is no more train, but now we display sculpture of the collection of the 19th century. So the idea was also to, because this building was not a museum, so we have, and you can imagine the surface, so we have to imagine just the air condition, how to deal with sculpture is not a big issue, but painting is an issue. Photography is an issue. Drawings, because they are very fragile, and we had to think about what to do within the galleries, but mainly within the nave. And the idea was also because, and I didn't mention that before, but it's very important, this is what is the narrative, what we want to say to the visitors, what is the story. I know that you know perfectly what is the storytelling, but you have to apply this to the museum and what we call more scientifically what is a SCP, what is a scientific and cultural project. But from this, you have to think about what is the narrative, what you want to say, to tell to the visitors. And when you have that in mind, it's easier to work with the architect and the scenographer, because you know exactly what you have in mind and what you want to share with the visitors. In that case, there is a strong collaboration with the architect, but once you have defined your project. Most of the time, architects arrive too early in the project, and the gesture of the architecture is becoming the main point. I mean, is becoming the main point of discussion, but not the content, not the narrative. So this mistake, unfortunately, we have it in most of the new museums where, first of all, this project is validated because of the architecture, but not because of the content, or partly because of the content. Another example, which is on the place of Concorde, Place de la Concorde, which is one of the famous places in Paris. We are not too far from Louvre and Musée d'Orsay. Actually, we are not too far from the Parliament, so we are in the center of Paris. This building was, so you can see now, it was a long project because there were many ideas on the table. And it took some time this project took 10 years actually, because we started the discussion in 2011 when the ministry, the headquarters of Navy left the building, and again there was a question of creating a luxury hotel, because near this Hotel de la Marine you have Crillon, which is one of the luxury palaces in Paris, and the idea was also to create a new palace, a new hotel, luxury hotel. So this project was abandoned because Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, again, was no, I want this to be part of the patrimony of France, and so starting solo visitors to visit part of the course. I think it's a few. Collection from the 18th. All this building has been completely renovated. On top of that, there is an immersive experience for visitors. Receive they can interact with the main character, which was part of the history. industrial place. Actually, this place that we call Let's, a large market in 1970. After that, we were wondering what we could do with this. So you can see on the left the different warehouse place that has been done with this 15 years after. So this live market was created in the 19th century. They closed in the 17th, and again, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing decided to create a museum of science and industry. He asked a studio to work on this, an agency to work on the concept, and they launched a competition to find an architect 3 years after. So 3 years of study before launching the competition to find the architect from different buildings. Actually, we have different buildings on the site. So what we call La Villette is a park. Actually, is the biggest urban park in Europe. And you can see, maybe I showed you before. Sorry. You can see it on the previous. Yeah, you can see it's very huge. It's not along the Seine, it's along another canal in the east part of Paris, but it's a huge, huge place. So, part of the renovation was dedicated to this previous existing building, but new buildings as well were built. Starting by the Zenith, which is a concert hall, opened in 84. Then the market was quickly renovated as well to be an exhibition center. Then we create the Géode. You can see this huge hall. It's an IMAX cinema, opened in 85. They inaugurate the park in 87, but just before we inaugurate the City of Science and Industry, which is one of the top 5 museums visited in Paris. Then after they opened the conservatory, National Conservatory of Museum and Dance, that you can see on the left at the bottom part. And recently, they opened the Philharmonie, which is a huge concert hall designed by Jean Nouvel, again, the same architect. So the Philharmonie opened in 2015. So just to show you that from the first idea at the end of the middle of the 70s, and 20 years after, almost more than 20 years after, 30, 40 years after, we have these new buildings coming up and part of, I should say, the cultural life of this part of Paris, which again was not very well equipped in terms of cultural, leisure venues. My last example is, so we jump back to the center of Paris. It's very interesting because this building was supposed to be temporary. It has been designed for the Universal exhibition of 1900 in Paris, and this building was not supposed to stay. It was supposed to be destroyed or reallocated, but it was not sure. So most of the buildings from this Universal exhibition were destroyed. They finally kept it, and they create this. They use this space for exhibition, fairs, events. For instance, you can see that there were some art exhibitions. We have sports events, also artists we wanted to display here, fashion show, yeah, so many events. So it's a place in the center of Paris, very well known. And in this building, part of this building, there is a national gallery, also displaying art exhibitions. But this one as you can see before and after. So the idea of the renovation now is we are at the second phase. The first phase was in 2014, if I remember. They renoved completely the roof, as you can see. Here. This part was completely renovated because it was completely broken and it was very dangerous for the visitors. So they decided first to renovate the roof. But the roof took all the budget of the renovation. So it was impossible to create new spaces, to reallocate spaces, to think about the flows and the experience of the visitors. Now we have a budget to do it. So the idea is to rethink inside the building the circulation, the services, to give access to the different terraces, to expand, which is the most important part, to expand the rental spaces from 80,000 to 23,000 square meters. So it's a huge expansion. The work phase is what we call Grand Palais éphémère. Which hosts different events, shows and so on. So live. Sorry, if you speak loud, maybe I can hear you. Maybe. If you come closer, maybe it will be easier.
Anybody who has a question can come further up. We are arranging the mics, but
Shivaji Maharaj was the Sangralaya. Ma'am? Anyone else? And the answer is D. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangralaya in Mumbai, which was earlier known as the Prince of Wales Museum of Western India, established in 1909 and was declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2018. Our next question is, blue pottery is the traditional craft of which city? Ma'am, over there? Correct. The blue pottery tradition of Jaipur began during the 17th century. The term blue comes from the use of cobalt blue dye in the pottery. Next, which city was given the geographical indication tag for chicken curry and zardozi? Correct. Chicken curry, which is a thread embroidery, and zardozi is metallic embroidery on velvet, satin and silk fabrics. Both textile traditions are widely practiced in India. This was our last question for round 2. We hope you enjoy the panel that will be taking place now, and we look forward to welcoming you back for round 3. I now hand over to the panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to this event. Everyone who's won prizes in the quiz can please go collect their goodie bags from the sound booth. Now, I would like to introduce our next panel, which is Transcending Boundaries. I would like to welcome the moderator of the next panel, Mr. Asad Lalji, to the stage. Asad Lalji, the CEO of Avid Learning, which is a public programming initiative and creative platform under the SR Group, and he is also the curator of the Royal Opera House, Mumbai. Prior to relocating to India, Asad worked for 14 years as one of the Mad Men advertising executives on New York's Madison Avenue. Asad has transformed Avid Learning into India's leading cultural hub through international collaborations and partnering with the biggest platforms in the country. Since the restoration of the Royal Opera House, Asad's curatorial programming has re-established its reputation as the city's cultural crown jewel. He is also serving on the Kala Ghoda Association's Executive Committee and the Advisory Board of the Mumbai Urban Art Festival 2022-2023. Please welcome Asad to the stage.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this discussion on transcending boundaries as we commemorate and celebrate International Museum Day. I'd like to thank Joint Secretary, Minister of Culture, Ms. Mumta Sinha, and our very dynamic team for this opportunity to moderate this discussion with the new age museum founders and directors. To begin, if people know me, I like to quote some stats before I start the discussion. Let's look at some museum statistics. As per the 2020 UNESCO report, there are an estimated 95,000 museums worldwide. Out of these, 65% were located in North America and Western Europe. The following year, in 2021, UNESCO reported an estimate of 1,03,842 museums, 60% in North America and Western Europe. It's interesting to note that this changed in a year after COVID-19 pandemic, an increase of 8,842 museums. Just like every other industry, COVID-19 affected the working and functioning of museums and art spaces. For instance, some museums embraced digital, taking their entire collection online into the virtual realm. According to the International Council of Museums, ICOM, after COVID-19, 76% of the museums have been rethinking their digital strategy and to increase their online presence and online engagement. Now today I heard a quote saying India is a living museum by itself. And according to an Intact report, the number of museums increased from 746 in 2009 to 833 in 2013. And I was happy to hear from the Cabinet Minister this morning that we have approximately 1,200 plus public and private museums. And I think another quote today I learned, 145 of these museums were started in the last 9 years. Today, museums are a lot more than repositories of artifacts and forgotten histories. They're archives, places of research, reflection, and some are the cradle of the future developments incorporating the best of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, STEM, to encourage and explore critical thinking, provoke deeper reasoning, and ensure an enthralling visitor experience. In the last few years, museums have given voice to memories, re-engaged with the public's individual identity through stories, and have become living libraries of human experiences. Some have evolved into participants, others into change makers of environmental consciousness by becoming models of sustainable heritage and centers of learning about what it means to be eco-friendly and highlighting the potential ramifications of climate crisis. Today, museums play a much larger role in the evolving cultural landscape. This brings me to our discussion that you've been waiting for, Transcending Boundaries, and I'd like to invite some of the leading contemporary museum founders, directors, cutting-edge cultural practitioners who are pushing the boundary of what museums can be in the modern world. Through their innovative approaches and forward-thinking vision, these pioneers have been reshaping the museum landscape and redefining the role of museums in society today. So, put your hands together and welcome Director, Indian Music Experience Museum, Bangalore, Prima John. Hey guys, come quickly, we are going to start our panel. Founder, the 1947 Partition Archive, Dr. Gunita Singh Bhalla. Co-founder, Tram Art Trust and Museum of Ordinary Objects, Choyti Ghosh. Founder, the Human Library, Mumbai, Anjali Qureshi. Ideator, the Museum of Possibilities and member of the Disciplinary Rights Alliance, Vaishnavi Jaykumar. Founder and editor, India Memory Project, Anusha Yadav. And founder, Museum of Memories Project, Paulomi Das. You know, it's such a pleasure to be moderating this discussion, and since we have 7 leading voices, I'm going to request my wonderful panel to keep their answers short within this time frame allotted, so we can go through a couple of rounds and then turn to audience question answers. chair. Oops. Just in the interest of time, we're going to start. If I get a chair, great, otherwise I'll just hang out here. So my opening question to our esteemed panel, in terms of your current work, could you elaborate on the concept of museums breaking free from convention and illustrate how institutions exemplify this approach and how you transcend boundaries? And I'm going to start with Prima first. Let me just get your slide on. Wonderful. You are a cultural producer having worked across disciplines with a focus on public presentations and reception of art on several national and international cultural projects, and as the new director of the Indian Music Experience Museum, a premier institution devoted to the history and the development of music in India. I've had the pleasure of collaborating with the IME, and I think it's one of the coolest new museums that have come about. So you guys must go visit in Bangalore. So the question to Prima is, the IME is India's first interactive music museum featuring multimedia exhibits, a sound garden, several performance spaces. Can you discuss the process of creating these interactive and immersive exhibits, and how do they enhance the visitor's experience of Indian music?
Hello. Hi. Thank you so much, Asad. It's a wonderful, wonderful experience being here. And I was telling some of my colleagues, I've been here since the morning, and it's the first time in my career that I have seen an expo of this scale. In fact, I think it's the first event of its kind where museum professionals and arts professionals are coming together. So I'm very, very excited and happy to be here. Very happy to be part of this panel of wonderful women, and very happy to be representing the Indian Music Experience Museum. We are India's first and only interactive music museum. The vision of the project is to introduce audiences, especially young people, to the depth and diversity of Indian music. The history of Indian music goes back about 2000 years. And what interested me in this project and why I have joined the IME team is because there is no institution like this that is looking at music in this kind of an institutional context. When you think of museums, you essentially think of primarily visual art spaces, but to take an ephemeral form like music and something that is so wide and deep in Indian history, and to encapsulate it into this institutional structure, and to be able to work to make it more inclusive, diverse and accessible to a different public. IME is built on a completely digital platform. Majority of our exhibits, 70% I would say, are digital interactives. What the digital format allows us to do is to be able to present very, very complex concepts, especially those in Indian music. If you see Hindustani or Carnatic music, concepts like raga, shruti, tala, in a very simplified, accessible format. It also allows us to have a lot of depth and complexity and able to present vast amounts of knowledge in a smaller space. To give you a sense of scale of IME, we are, as Asad said, broken up into 3 major components. We have 9 galleries, which are made up of high-tech multimedia exhibits. We also have a sound garden, which introduces visitors to the concept of sound as science before it becomes art. So we're looking at vibrancy, frequency, resonance. We also have a learning center, which is where we impart music education to people of all ages. But IME's focus is primarily on young people, and which is why the IME Learning Center is not just a space where we teach music education, and IME is not just a space where we expect visitors to come, see and go. We're also trying to inculcate the future of performers in India, and also a new wave of supporters, art aficionados and connoisseurs in India. So I think that gives a good sense of our work.
Wonderful. I'm going to come back with many more questions. So moving to Gunita, the 1947 Partition Archive is a crowdsourced, community-based archive that trains and empowers citizens to preserve and share oral histories of partition, including digital copies, photographs, documents, images of personal objects, and stuff like that. You know, Avid had the pleasure of working with you a couple of weeks ago in Bombay, where we launched your book. But how do you engage with communities and encourage them to participate in documentation and preservation of partition history? Because, you know, partition happened like more than 75 years plus ago. And so there are very few people in that age group left who can actually share.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think a primary vehicle for our work has been, for crowdsourcing, has been social media. It is work that is enabled by the age of social media. And how do we encourage young people and get them to want to talk about something that happened 75 years ago? Well, I think we try to ignite their curiosity. We try to speak to their curiosity because even though this happened 75 years ago, it's something that affects everybody today, yet that hasn't really been articulated very well in their education, in their formal education. And so it's like a missing piece, it's a mystery. And when you kind of frame it that way about, you know, something that they need to discover on their own and learn more about, I think a lot of people are very interested. And there's also an activist element in this, that it's, you know, our lived history, our ancestors' history that has not been told, that isn't found in our books. And I think that's a huge motivator for people to want to get involved, because it gives them, you know, a desire to change the future. It gives them more control, it gives them agency to do something about it. And also just, you know, how we frame, how accessible we make the concept of oral histories, basically.
We'll come back to the book later, I guess. So I think, let me get the slide going first. So I think you are a multifaceted creative personality with an object theatre practitioner, puppeteer, actor, singer, writer, director, all rolled into one. Sorry, someone gave me this. You're the co-founder of the Museum of Ordinary Objects, extracting ordinary objects from everyday life and placing them in a democratic museum setting. I think we interacted last 4 years ago at a panel at the NJMA. So how do you go about selecting the ordinary objects that you showcase in the museums, and what is the criteria to use to determine their value or significance?
Hi, okay, yes, it's working. We were just talking about this on our way here, about the meaning of the word curator, and whether as the organizers and holding together, people who hold together the Museum of Ordinary Objects, are we curators at all? Because what we do is that when we go into a community space, we give a brief or an outline to the people about what this museum is about. We give a guideline of how to tell the stories, but we never reject or select object ourselves. It's the community and it's the people who follow the guidelines once they have an understanding of what this museum is about, what it is trying to do. They select their own objects, they select their own stories, and what we do is pedestalize the ordinary, but keeping them accessible at the same time. So we don't ever select or reject.
This morning, for those who were here, our Honorable Prime Minister did mention that each one of us should collect our own objects at home and create little museums of our own, because 4 generations later they'll be very significant. So I use the word cultural producer. It's easier versus curator, just me. Anotherly, you're a trained engineering management. You were on sabbatical from the and conversing with those whose stories are simply waiting to be shared. So how do you identify and select individuals to participate as human books, and what kind of stories have you featured in the Human Life in Mumbai project?
Thank you for that, Asad. And yes, I did go on a sabbatical, and I think the sabbatical was primarily for me to understand what really connects to my soul. And I really couldn't find something that would help me motivate myself every day when I go to work. I mean, each one of us, have to earn our bread and butter. But at the same time, I think what really had me riled up was that we didn't really connect at a human level. We all are educated people. We are all there. We are, in a space where we can, improvise our lifestyle day in, day out. Still, there is something which is lacking in all of us, and that's of human relationships. And with that thought, I actually came across this concept of a living library, and it just led me to, research a little more, and I was really charged up. Imagine having somebody, a stranger, and you think there's nothing common between you and the stranger, but when you hear the story, you find that there are so many common chords. And that moment, when you realize that, you connect with the person at a very invisible, strong human level. And that's actually what got me into this entire concept. And for me, it was a task. I didn't know where to go. I didn't have a direction. I was sitting honestly in my house on a sabbatical without a paycheck coming in. I did have something in my savings, and I decided to just use social media. And I put myself out there that this is what I want to do. Anybody wants to help me out, connect. And I was floored with the kind of love that I received, the messages and interest, and that's when it triggered. And I picked up my human books basis on stories which I to come out. So it did involve a lot of work. It did involve a lot of meetings. It did involve a lot of hand-holding, but that's what got me there. So we've covered a number of stigmas and taboos which are present in the society. It could be occupation-based, it could be sexuality, your lifestyle, religion, anything and everything possible is present in the human library.
Wonderful. I've got more questions about the various editions that are planned or maybe planned.
Yes, please.
I'll come to that. Get the slide going first. You're going to be next. Vaishnavi, as an active member of the Disability Rights Alliance, you've been closely associated with designing and the functioning of the Museum of Possibilities, a platform for people with disabilities and their family and friends. It's an evolving facility working towards a more accessible world. Hope I've used the right term so far. How do you envision the future of universally accessible spaces, and how do you see museums of possibility contributing to this vision?
So, firstly, I wouldn't restrict our target audience of the Museum of Possibilities to people who are disabled and their circles alone, because one thing which we've always struggled with, as far as inclusion goes, is this whole thing of us and them. And that can only be broken when groups come together, and that's something that most of us have been deprived of, because how many of you who are not yet disabled or who are non-disabled have had a schoolmate who had a disability, or a colleague who has a disability? And there would be very few. So when we're talking about universal design, really we're talking about things, spaces, education, anything really that can be used by the maximum number of people. To give you an example, a low-floor bus is definitely an advantage for a person who's a wheelchair user, but also helps people who are elderly, people with balance issues, pregnant person, little children with school bags, etc. So it's not just a facility for a disabled person, it's a facility for everybody. So it's more like expanding the scope of products and ideas and facilities and services that are available to include that many more people. Where do I see it going? Well, hopefully a lot of the ideas and the human library bit, that was again one of the things that we wanted to incorporate, because we feel that really speaking, understanding comes only when you really know a person and, you know, experience even third hand what a person is going through. And that kind of learning is crucial. And we hope that the Museum of Possibility will be that space. Today happens to be Global Accessibility Day. It's actually Global Digital Accessibility today, and I came across a quote which really made sense as to what we're trying to do with the Museum of Possibilities. The quote goes like this: it's like technology for non-disabled people makes life easier, but for disabled people, technology can make life possible. And that's what the Museum of Possibilities is all about, of expanding our vision.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that quote. Anusha, you're the founder of the Indian Memory Project, a visual and narrative-based online archive that traces the histories and identities of the Indian subcontinent, where photographs are found in personal archives. You know, we've known each other over the decade and our paths have crossed quite often. The Indian Memory Project is not just about preserving history, but it's also about fostering connections and relationships. Can you speak of the way your project has helped build communities and bring people together?
Yes. These are very exciting stories. So there are things where people have traced ancestors from 6 generations ago, mainly because there was a name, and that was now, it was Googleable. And so they found somebody's name. There are people who found institutions that have been set up by people in South Africa. There are people who have found descendants, aunts, uncles, gym instructors. I mean, you can name the kind of things that have been found. And the thing is that I don't, the beauty of a project is that you just don't know what to expect. Because I am an accidental historian. I learn with the project. I don't, I'm not otherwise an academically trained historian. And so it's just that when all of these connections started happening, that was very exciting, because this is not, again, an unexpected consequence. And that is, I have had experiences where the grandchildren are not talking to their grandparents, and that happens a lot because, you know, you are in the madness of youth and you just do not want to waste your time talking to an old grandparent sitting at home. But the moment the grandparent's story is online and it turns out that they've led a very exciting and event history of their community, is when suddenly the grandchild, who is now on Instagram, discovers that my grandmother is actually very cool. So then they have re-established a connection and relationship with them that was not there before. And they've done it all on their own, and mainly because of social media has played a role, because it is your peer pressure. It is what the young people are looking at, since history is now cool. And so therefore, my grandmother was this cool person. And this is just one of the many examples. I mean, people have discovered not just their people in their own families, but also people in other people's families, discovered things, backgrounds of their people from their own community they did not know, or the possibilities and the kind of lives that people have lived. I mean, the beauty of a project like this was, it is nothing like we thought India was, or the subcontinent. It is completely the opposite of what movies have told us India was like, or is like. And that is something amazing.
Thank you for sharing. And to our last and final panelist, Paolo Meek, the Museum Memories Project was launched as an immediate resolution to the problem arising out of the pandemic. For people who are unable to reach museums or heritage sites and the collections being locked for indefinite times. I remember that I got an email from you sometime at that point with a video or something that I was supposed to send you my coolest museum I've been to, and I started doing it but I never finished sending. So I owe you an email. But so how does the Museum Memory Project, how can it help bridge the gap between museums and the communities they serve?
Thank you, Asad. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me on this panel. Thank you, Ministry of Culture, for this concept of an expo. And it's the fact that it's called an expo and not a conference makes it immediately accessible to a lot of audiences. And the Museum Memories Project is a sort of younger people whom I also teach liberal arts and design schools, who are messaging me and asking of some way to get them out, because a lot of them live in difficult homes with some degrees of violence. According to the World Health Organization, the largest number of people with depression are in the 18 to 24 age group, with the largest number of suicides. So for me, museums are a space which are more than just displays and some beautiful lighting and air conditioning. They are places where there are numerous stories that can be told. And I've been working for museums. I was I was the research and curation head for the Bihar Museum in Patna some years back, and that's what we always have tried to do, is to get museum objects out of the boxes, out of physical boundaries. And Instagram was there, thankfully. So what we all did during the lockdown was to get up in the morning and just look at Instagram. So I thought, the only two things I know are museums and Instagram. I used to be quite Insta obsessed for a long time. So why not connect the two? And I made a small video, and that's the first time I was going behind the camera and turning the camera towards myself. But there was so much that we did during the lockdown. That was for the first time. And we did start getting responses. In fact, when I'm saying we, I have a team of extremely young people, most of them designers, heritage planners, and people who've studied heritage management. They are in the age group of the mid-20s, and it was their idea to go beyond just Instagram. So we have a website, we have a YouTube channel, and we are trying to break the physical boundaries of a museum and ask anyone anywhere in the world to send in their whatever memory they have, good, bad, ugly, of a museum they've visited, because museum visitors are not heard. If you would be aware from your own experiences, there's going to be a complaint book at a museum, which honestly most people don't look at. I mean, I have worked in a museum, I know. And it is sometimes impossible to address those. But are we, when we are curating exhibitions, when we are designing, modernizing, spending crores of money in a country like India where our resources are limited, even thinking of what the visitor actually wants? So the Museum Memories Project has turned out to be a free resource tool. We have about 100 memories on Instagram. We have about 25 to 30 on our website. And 85 memories are there. So any school, college in the world can actually just turn to our Instagram page and look up these memories, and then they get to know of the larger museum collections across the world. So it's not limited to a physical state, accessible, as Vaishnavi is saying. It's for all, right? And we try to figure out multiple ways of connecting to younger audiences, young, old, as Anusha is saying, cultural creators to empower people and learn to empathize through these artifacts and the stories that are being told by just somebody who's a commoner. Most of the interesting part of it, Asad, is that most of these memories are not of museum artifacts. But people are writing about the cafe that they've visited, or something they've bought from the shop, or they've just gone and visited a fort or a castle, that's it, which is fine. I mean, I think we have to step down from our ivory towers and be humble and accept that, as museum professionals who design, make, create museums and exhibitions, we have to understand that an entire experience and space is important, right? I guess that's what we plan to do.
Thank you. I know we were talking to the Crafts Museum earlier and everyone talked about Lota there. So I get where you're going. Prema, design and architecture are integral components of a museum's identity and functioning, which shaping the visitor's experience, etc., etc. So what is the role of a museum's architecture and its correlation with aspects like sound, spatial design, and operations in creating a more memorable experience for visitors? Because yours is an experiential museum, and a new one that.
So IME actually is an institution that has been built ground up. It's not a museum that is housed in a pre-existing building. So this was a space that was designed specifically for the purpose of being a museum. And the building, the architecture, the design, the sound, the performance spaces, and like Bolombi was saying, the cafeteria, all the other ancillary spaces are an integral part of how a visitor feels when they come into this space. At IME, the building has been built like there was an architecture competition in Bangalore, and it's a Bangalore-based architecture firm called Architecture Paradigm that has designed the building, and the building has been designed like sound waves. So before sound starts, there is a vibration, there's resonance, and then there's sound waves. So the building actually mimics waves, and it follows, and it's a continuous flow. So it's a narrative that starts in one gallery but doesn't end till you come back to the same gallery, but at a different level. And what it is trying to emulate is the ebbs and flows in a narrative. So the gallery sort of opens up, and you're looking at, for example, contemporary expressions, and then that slowly moves into Hindustani and Carnatic classical music. But before you go into the next gallery, there's a narrow space, and it's almost like a contemplative dark space where you're sitting and thinking about, oh, what did I just see? So those kind of elements in architecture really help visitors experience a space in a completely different way. IME is also designed to be a space that's very accessible. It's not meant to be daunting, it's not meant to be alienating, it's meant to be very, very welcoming. So the color palette for the museum is extremely colorful. So it's completely grey from outside, but when you walk in, it's a very, very vibrant, colorful space that you feel immediately comfortable in. And these elements make a lot of difference in how visitors access the space. And for us, music is a community experience. And you should be able to experience that with your families, with your friends when you come in, and be happy in a space like that. The depth or the complexity of the information is not lacking. It's just the kind of medium that you're used to give that information that is a little bit different. And for us being a music museum, sound quality is critical. So that is something that we do spend a lot of time perfecting.
Thank you. In the morning of the keynote, Emmanuel talked of the Louvre, Abu Dhabi, and I was talking to him later. Is Jean Noël, he designed that, and also the Qatar Museum. These are all relatively new museums, and the designs are just amazing for people who are, architecture junkies like myself. Gunita, so can you share your experience of running oral history workshops, which you have offered since 2012? You have turned over 7,000 individuals into oral historians over the course of this decade. In fact, when you were at that session we did together in Mumbai, a friend of mine signed up, and she met me this week, and she showed me a certificate or an email certifying herself as an oral historian. So,
so the experience of teaching those workshops. We started teaching those workshops actually a little bit earlier than 2012. We worked with professional oral historians in figuring out how this whole thing works, and then condensing it into a workshop that anyone could attend and learn from. And so in this way, we started teaching workshops in person. They used to be a full day. For an online workshop, we started condensing it down to 2 hours, and then there was some self-study that people could take if they really wanted to do this. And so actually, it turns out that if people want to record one oral history interview, they need to spend about 10 to 14 hours, including the prep work, for an interview that could be about an average of 2 hours. But some of these interviews that people are turning in are actually 10 hours long, so they've talked to their subject for multiple days. But I think what happens, what really, really draws people in, is what some of you guys have talked about, especially with the Human Library Project. It's that connection. It's really addictive. So when you sit one-on-one and someone is confiding their life story with you, you naturally form this really deep bond. In fact, I have friends, close friends now, who are in their 90s and over 100, because once they've recorded their story with me, we've developed this bond, and it's, you know, it spans age groups. And so I think that element of it can be a huge draw for a lot of people, and once they've experienced it, they go out and they tell their friends, and their friends want to do these workshops. There's a lot of word of mouth that's going on here.
I know a very good friend of mine's father came to visit you after he had worked with Divya Malik.
Yes, yes, that was really special actually.
He was visiting
He came
California.
all the way. Right.
So I think, you know, the Museum of Ordinary Objects is a temporary exhibition that's showcased in various locations. So in your experience, what is it taking museums to different spaces? I know it's a pop-up in a way, but how do you adapt it to fit different environments, even though it's crowdsourced or open source?
It's not so hard, really. What's important for the Museum of Ordinary Objects is the space that we create the museum in is as ordinary and as accessible as the objects themselves, as the stories that the objects tell. So it just doesn't work in
Give us an example of one of the
spaces that we've been
and
to.
just the story.
Okay. In Delhi, our Delhi edition ran in a space called Studio Safdar in Shadipur, which is primarily a migrant community location space, and it has a mixed demographic. My favorite object from that, there were two. One was an empty plastic Baskin-Robbins carton, which was collected. There were about 450 objects that were donated by the community for that museum, and the story that accompanied that object was, "Yahan pani ki bahut kami hai," and just that. That empty plastic throwaway carton told us so much about that community. There was another one which is quite different from this particular story. It was a set of letters that was written by somebody's grandparents when they were married and separated by partition between Lahore and Amritsar. They wrote letters to each other which they could never send, really. So both of them kept those letters, and when they were reunited many years later, then they exchanged those letters with each other. So it's really a very wide range of stories that talk about history from very personal point of views, and stories that talk about contemporary, everyday cultures, everyday living. These are not big voices of history. These are very small voices of history. And the building, how the museum is set up has to reflect that.
Thank you. I think you need to start collaborating with Gunita and Anusha for those letters. I think give it another opportunity to be seen and heard. Andali, you know, the act of sharing personal stories can be empowering and also vulnerable, you know. So how does the Human Library ensure the safety and well-being of your human books and the listeners involved in this exchange of personal stories? And the second part of that question, you know, I think it's very cool, the Human Library concept. You know, I mean, why did you choose this construct versus a traditional archive? I mean, I know this started in Denmark, and you know, you took the rights for it from India or Bombay, I'm not quite sure, but I guess you're starting in a different parts. So why choose this particular format? It's very interesting, and how do you protect the stories?
Yes, so very interesting. How do I, you know, the thing is, when I started this off, Asad, I realized even within my own very close-knit circle, I knew of individual stories, and I knew that they were inspirational in ways beyond words. And for me to create a space, see, what happens is, you know, it's very easy to probably
meet and just discuss anything which is happening in the common space with somebody close to you. But when something is so private, you need to create that space which is supporting the person to share the story. Now, this is exactly what I did with Human Library. The space that was created was extremely neutral. I made sure that the person who's a human book, I never put out their identity outside. So if you look at Denmark, what they actually did is they would put the face of the person out on social media. I wouldn't do that. Even if their picture goes out, nobody knows what stigma they are representing. So I made sure that the stories which are going out are not identified with the name of the person, unless the person is comfortable putting it out there. And you'll be surprised to see that after 2-3 attempts of being in Human Library, they all feel so empowered that they don't feel it's anymore a need to hide. They want to come out and they want to share it. In fact, I've had a lot of human books who've gone out and created helplines, who've actually gone out and created their own social entrepreneurship where they're actually going and helping people who go through the same issues themselves. So that's one thing, that how I managed to maintain their identity a secret. I never gave them names, like Mr. So-and-so. I actually called them by the stigma. So if there is an alcoholic, he would be presented as an alcoholic. I wouldn't give his name as Mr. Blah Blah. No, I would just avoid that. And what happens is very empowering, because next time onwards, if somebody calls him an alcoholic, he won't really feel offended by it, because he knows I am that and I accept the way I am. So that's one thing. And how do I make sure their integrity remains to the story? So I've probably curated about 98 to 99, not 100, maybe a little short of 100, and they are not documented anywhere. Because these are private stories, these stories are only known to me, and there is this kind of trust that they have with me. Now that remains. I mean, it's just, I think, a personal rapport here. That's how I maintain, and they're not documented anywhere, so they know that it's safeguard. Now, out of the 10 elements that they share with me, I pick up the ones which I feel are very crucial that the society needs to know. So they would be sharing some part of it, maybe not entirely, but that again is basis my personal rapport with each one.
I've been involved with the Kalagura Arts Festival as an advisor. So at the Kalagura literature section this year, there was a whole event on human libraries where experts were there and people came and talked to them. And I believe we spoke about TEDx earlier. They're doing human libraries as one of their icebreaker sessions. So I think it's a very powerful kind of a construct and very, very, I think, interesting how it can evolve.
Yes,
not
absolutely.
Just for...
It's intimate and it's very safe for the people who are in. So, yes.
Vaishnavi, tell us more about your live, work, play module and how it is implemented in the Museum of Possibilities.
So let's remember that the Museum of Possibilities is located within the campus of the Disability Commissioner in Chennai, and the only amount of space that we had was like 2,500 square feet. Of course, we expanded a little bit and managed to get a cafeteria on top, which is accessible. But why we were keen on covering these three domains, I guess the architect was inspired by that book. What is it? Something, Eat, Pray? Eat, Pray, Love. Yeah, so I guess this was another three-word thing, but it means so much more in the context of, you see, with what we are trying to do with accessibility and persons with disabilities, we have not moved beyond looking at disabled people as consumers. So, for example, if I was to say, is this place accessible? Is this exhibition hall accessible? They would say, yes, it is accessible because a wheelchair user can come and sit in the audience and go to the toilet. There's a wheelchair accessible room, etc. But this really kind of struck home when we were doing some other advocacy with the Chennai Metro Rail. And we figured out that while the public space of the metro station was fully accessible, more or less, anything apart from that, the staff space, the service space, etc., wasn't. So we were like asking them, what is going to happen if you have a, disabled colleague? What about the whole working element of that? Shouldn't we be moving more from just a public space to other spaces as well, working environments, and yes, most important of all, playing, recreation, etc. So these three sections have, different, products, ideas for people to try out. So it's not just, this is the stuff that I need to live. It is also, this is the stuff that I need to work. So let me try out this latest screen reader. Let me try out this latest, gadget, which because of my disability, I now need to use a headband. And with that headband, I can point at various parts of the screen and I can still communicate. I can still work. And it's that kind of opening up of minds and opening up of possibilities that is key over here. To give you a small example, it also hosts, in the play area, so that people always messing around with, some tactile games, blind chess, the usual things, but small things like just some loose papers in which kids can scribble, except that when you grew up, you probably had a coloring book in which not a single thing that you had to color in or a person you had to color in had a disability. But there are these coloring pages by an NGO called Ekansh, which have, children with disabilities, with other children, etc., doing things which are, whether it's playing Holi or Diwali or celebrating something or in a classroom, playing along with other kids, and just that simple thing of coloring, whether it is for neurotypical child or diverse child, it helps with that understanding that diversity is life.
Thank you. Anusha, the Indian Memory Project is a digital archive accessible to people all over the world. Now, you've been doing this since 2010, but technology has changed. I'm not saying going from the 2G to the 5G we're at right now. So how do you look at the role of technology in cultural preservation? You can talk about AI if you like.
Even I could, but it's not. It's very boring right now because everybody's talking about it. So I don't know. I wouldn't even dare comment on how technology has helped or not helped other institutions, but it has certainly helped Indian Memory Project. It would have not existed if there was no WordPress platform that was available free to the world, which is constantly being developed by invisible people sitting around the world in their rooms coding free plugins and making it better and better and better and better every day. It would have not been possible for it to spread the word the way it did without Twitter, without Facebook. I would have not had access to so many people to nag them to send me photographs and stories if I had not had Facebook. So every step of the way it has. So, and also the thing is that there is in my design and marketing experience from the past, is that I'm keenly aware that social media is like advertising. It is meant to create awareness of something available. It is not the product itself. And for that, you need to build an archive that is outside of social media that can hold its own. What happens if Facebook dissolves tomorrow? What happens if Instagram gets bought over by somebody else? Then all your work that you've done is just gone. So you have to make it independent. And so I did that very early on. Within days of, I just took it out of Facebook. I said, there is no way this is going to exist something. But yes, the technology goes hand in hand. It still does. And the thing is that I need to keep, every 3 years I need to redo the website. The entire portal and the archive needs to be redesigned because it needs to be easily searchable. It needs to be, the databases have to be, I mean, this is all technology jargon, but I love technology, which is why I like to even make sure that how is it that I can keep it relevant. And then I've already, and this is something that is maybe slightly off topic, but I have already parked a certain amount of my earnings so that when I die, somebody else can fund a website for it and keep it alive. So, and this is because to think ahead.
I wasn't going to go to legacy planning, but good you brought it up. But hopefully you have a few more years to go.
Yes, hopefully yes. But legacy planning is something I'm involved in now, and so I like to think ahead.
So the technology question was good. Moving to Paolo May, earlier this year you gave us a fantastic curated tour of Astad Debu's retrospective titled Breaking Boundaries. Again, it's kind of similar to this topic, which offered an immersive experience showcasing the compelling story of his life through the arts. Now, could you share your approach on curating this exhibition, which was almost like a museum-like approach? And what are the elements or strategies did you employ to make this so comprehensive and engaging? Because not only his artistic journey you portrayed, but it resonated with visitors on a deeper level. And if I remember right, you've never worked with a Momentum, right? And I have. So.
Okay, so I'm extremely jealous of that fact because I loved Astad. And I have learned dance my whole childhood, and I one day aspired to meet Astad. So his family, when they approached me through some designers with the idea of, it was his last dream to put together an exhibition which spoke about the importance of contemporary dance in India and how he tried to take it to a different level. And I usually, when I take up any project, I go so deep into it, I sort of dive deep into it because there are multiple dimensions to anything and anyone. As I was talking about museum artifacts also. So all of us here would have a very different interpretation of anything that we're looking at, even for the panel that we are here. So try to maximize on the levels of interpretation and stories. And the more I learned about Astad, so I read everything possible that was available, not just on the internet. This was a COVID project. And anywhere, anyone, I started talking to people. So there was designer, the Jade designers, Monica and Karishma, thank you. And then Ashdeen, who worked with him, Archana, of the owner of Bandej, who worked with him, different designers. He worked a lot with people who were marginalized, through the Salam Balak Trust. So those people, his collaborations with Manipur, the young dancers, the gurus, the classical dancers. So there are multiple parts of his personality that started coming out. And when I presented my first idea of the exhibition to Astad's family, they were very surprised. They were quite taken aback because I said, when the visitor enters the exhibition, they're entering knowing Astad Debu as a contemporary Indian dancer who received a Padma Shri. By the time they leave, it's like going through a prism, There are multiple aspects of his personality that need to come out. He changed his dance form when he was teaching the blind children and or adults, and later, or also when he was teaching the deaf and dumb. So I paced out the exhibition like his own dance form. So he had this 8-beat pattern that he followed. So the entire exhibition is in 8 parts, starting from his birth. But then after his birth in Navsari and his childhood in Jamshedpur, when he comes to Mumbai or rather it was Bombay then, for his college there is no chronological aspect that's followed. So like his dance, you just as a visitor would keep going from one part of his life to another, keeping it with the music and dance.
The reason I even asked you this question was it's such a well-hung show. I mean, it was so interesting and interactive at so many levels that, and we were fortunate enough to have you to take us through it. And ironically, Astad's last public big performance was with me at the Royal Opera House.
Just keep repeating that.
Very sad. But I'm going to go to Prima with my next question. So, according to the Museum Tourism Market Outlook report released by Future Market Insights, the museum tourism is estimated is at the moment about 20 billion in 2022, and it's projected to reach 35 billion by 2032. Museum tourism, and I think some of it was spoken about in the morning. So how do you, as as a director of a new museum, keep pushing the envelope to kind of stay fresh, stay new, innovative, and to get repeat customers, to build those footfalls, because those footfalls also pays part of your funding. A small part of it, I assume, but it also does.
I think for any institution, whether it's online or a bricks and mortar institution like IME is, we put our work together so people can come and see it. So visitorship and increasing visitorship is always on our minds. Just to give you a sense of the kind of visitorship we've had at IME so far, we opened in 2019, late 2019, just before the pandemic, and since we've opened, we've had about 1,70,000 visitors. And keep in mind the pandemic years, we have an average of about 3,000 visitors a week, which is a very healthy number, we feel. I think it's also important to not just look at pushing numbers, but also look at the quality of experience, as Asad was saying, and also repeat customers, to put it in a marketing term. The idea is not for people to come once, and also most of our institutions are not set up, most of our projects are not set up to be experienced, sampled once and then you get it. No, artworks, art, any form needs repeated visits. You engage with it differently depending on what's happening in your life, what you've been able to access. So that is one way that we get many people to come in. On an average, I would say each individual would have to come back to IME at least twice to really get into the depth of knowledge that there is. To keep people coming, we also do special exhibitions. We've already done one on Pandit Ravi Shankar for his centennial celebrations. We've done one on bird song, which is looking at the contribution of birds to ecology and our cultural wealth. So these exhibitions also help us bring children back in, audiences back in, and of course programs. We're a performing arts institution. So on an average, once a month, twice a month, we have concerts that we do. And through that we have more visitors coming in, and it's a very, very large community. Feedback forms give us a sense of the kind of visitorship that we have and where are these people coming from. From the data that we have collected, still about 70% of our visitors are coming from Bangalore. Only 30% is coming from outside of Bangalore. So that's one area that we're hoping to work on in terms of getting more people in.
So now you have two new museums in Bangalore. You have yourself and MAP 3, which is the science one. Yes, lovely. So I think it's a plug to be one of the go museum hopping in Bangalore.
Going to 4 very soon.
Who's the fourth one?
It's still in development. It's a technology-based museum.
I know, I've heard of it.
Yeah.
So I think, the Ministry of Culture has embarked upon an ambitious project of digitizing the collections of the Indian museums through technical expertise from the Center of Development of Advanced Computing and Art Institute Chicago. And they've got some fancy standardized software called Jatan. So just from your perspective, in what ways can museums adapt to changing social and technological concepts to remain relevant for the future? Is the future digital, physical, online? I'm going to open that up to others also, but we'll start with you.
I would hesitate to speak generically and speaking in specific context of our museum and how the digital is in India and what we found out, particularly during the pandemic. The internet is still, it's not a equal egalitarian space always still. It's like a lot of spaces, it's about who has access and who can. For a museum like ours, and we tried a digital version of it, it changes the nature of it and it just doesn't work. For the Museum of Ordinary Objects, it didn't work.
Fidgeting. Alright, Anusha, do you think you'd ever take your archive and make a physical museum out of it?
No, I would not. I don't think it would work. Number two, it costs too much of, it's taxing on...
Pop-up?
Yeah, pop-ups I have done already. We've done, actually we did one in Godrej, we did one in Serendipity. Before that I did one in South Africa, I did one in London. We've done pop-ups, but it's not something...
So next edition you do one here?
I'm not interested in a physical space at all.
This question is for the whole panel, but I'm going to start with Vaishnavi. Museums are, to some people, in some parts of India are daunting and unwelcoming. They're very elitist, right? They're catering to different audiences, different age groups, different age brackets, from different people who have disabilities and people who don't. How do we go about, I'm just going to use an example of the Royal Opera House. When the Royal Opera House opened, it's like this, fancy Baroque building with red velvet and gold. It was very daunting. To welcome everybody from all walks of life in was a challenge. So how do you go about democratizing the physical construct of the museum?
So, in a sense, that's kind of made it easy for us because we already have a population, a very mixed population of people who visit the campus because they've got work with the government. It's a government space, and the Disability Commissioner is the person to whom you come with all the problems that you have, the grievances that you have. So you get people who come in from, all parts of Tamil Nadu. So, for one, I would say the only, kind of probably daunting space would be the cafe because, well, you don't get your vada type of food. You get more bread and, more Western kind of food. But really speaking, you have the beach bang opposite and you have the beach snack vendors. So if you really want that food, you should technically speaking be going out there and eating it. So, location-wise, I think it's good because we already have, let's say, a captive population of people coming in. It's become a kind of place where a lot of school kids, a lot of, let's say, occupational therapists, let's say physical therapists, they come as part of their academics and to expand their knowledge, etc., etc. But as far as walk-ins go, also, it's pretty uniquely located because it faces the Marina Beach in Chennai, which has so many different kinds of people visiting at any point of time. Diagonally opposite the Museum of Possibilities, you have the perfect example of play or recreation. We now have again a collaboration with the government funded, etc. We have a beach park in which a wheelchair user or let's say a crutch user can go right up to the water, which is something that people had never been able to do all this while, and it supports different kinds of people. So even we have elderly people clutching onto the railing and kind of plodding down to enjoy the waves, etc. So we do get in people from there as well. And just a few hundred meters away, you also have the Santhom Infinity Play Space, which is a space which has, let's say, some amount of, let's say, sensory aspects like, fragrant smelling plants, plants which, kind of feel different. The leaves are velvety or spiky, etc., which a blind person would, a blind child would be kind of interested in. It has a space, like stepping stones, etc., for a child with, autism to, check out. It has tactile, features. It has the biggest hit is the wheelchair accessible merry-go-round. So there again you have children, and all of this is almost like a triangle. So you do get a bunch of people who are coming in, and we also have events. So if somebody is, releasing a book on, let's say, children with learning disabilities or their experiences with a disabled person, etc., they have it at the cafe. And if, somebody's come up with a new kind of, let's take a motion wheelchair, a particular kind of new and innovative wheelchair which can transform people's lives, this is the place where you demo it, this is the place where you launch it. So you get, people coming in again like that. So apart from that, it's pretty friendly because of the equation. So it's not uncommon to find, in the parking lot, people who could be, let's say, playing a wheelchair game called boccia, people with pretty severe disabilities, cerebral palsy, etc., who are able to play this game, and that is such a natural, kind of hook to get people in and say that, hey, look at that person, he's able to play this game of boccia, of direction and hitting, etc., by using, he can't use any of the limbs, but he's able to use, kind of pipe and push the ball. And I didn't even know such a thing was possible, and that kind of brings people in. So.
Thank you for that. Today is International Museum Day, and the theme for 2023 is museum sustainability and well-being. So how can museums collaborate with other stakeholders like local governments and non-governmental organizations to promote sustainable development and community living? Gunita, do you want to talk about collaboration with governments and other local bodies?
Yeah, for sure. So we collaborate with a lot of different types of stakeholders. We collaborate with art groups. We collaborate with libraries or word archives, so maybe that's not a stretch. We collaborate with universities, with a lot of history students, with high schools, with younger students. So for us, collaboration is really key because 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. You can actually, it's almost emergent, something much bigger can come out of a collaboration than what the two of you can do individually, and even that added together. So collaboration is very, very key for us.
Paolami, collaboration?
Yeah, we already have, and we are always looking for collaboration. So we have something called Museum Musafir, where we request museums from anywhere in the world to request their staff, who are not just curators, but even gallery attendants, security guards, to talk about 5 artifacts or memories or spaces of their museums, so that it increases connections, emotional connects, not only with future visitors, because that's a very big issue that we have in the world, but also to give recognition to groups of people who are otherwise unrecognized. There must be so many hundreds of people who are working behind the scenes for this expo itself, and none of us know them. The Museum Memories Project also, because we, in the 3rd year of our establishment, we have now 5 people who are our expert advisors, whom we are calling the Jadugar experts, because museums in India were always called Jadugars or Ajaibgars, and we are trying to sort of, maybe being over ambitious, but trying to bring back some magic in museums through the project. And one of our experts is actually here, Suyash, who's a young designer. He has worked, Suyash, raise your hand please. Suyash is a young designer who's worked a lot with the QA communities during the lockdown. And we were actually, we had a long 3-4 hour meeting yesterday, and we are planning to do something for the Pride Month. So yes, of course, collaboration.
So he's a Jadugar or is he part of your team?
Jadugar, he's a Jadugar, he's an expert advisor.
Welcome, Jadugar. Anjali, collaboration?
Well, Asad, for me, in the work that I do, I think I will have to expand my boundary here. It wouldn't be just with...
But aren't you looking at different cities?
I am. I've already done that. Yeah, but in terms of the objective that I have is to build a culture of empathy. It would entail me to reach out to far more organizations and not just government-led organizations. So we worked with, for example, Bombay Stock Exchange. We worked with corporates. We worked with various small little, companies and communities specifically, where we can bring this change about in the mindset of people, in trying to, inculcate the fact that untold stories are powerful agents of change. So we've done that. So I think for me, collaboration is key. But somehow in my case, human agri alone on, it's standing tall on its own feet. So yes, and collaboration is going to take it a little more further. Yes.
Thank you. So, this is about pushing boundaries, transcending boundaries. You all are the path breakers in this space. And I know a lot has been written about, there's a lot of AI hate going on right now, but I seem to be a little obsessed by it, because trust me, it's not going away. When photography came out a century ago, the purists hated it. photography has not gone anywhere. You know, when computers came out, people said, oh, my jobs will go there, nothing is gone. So, you know, AI is here to stay, and whether we like it or not, what we're reading right now, and I'm doing a talk on that next week actually. But how are museums using artificial intelligence, and is AI the future of museums? Who'd like to take this one? Or I can go, I'm just kidding.
I'd like to comment on AI. See, the thing is that with anything, any new technology or anything that is new, you just know how to channel it. How do you use the technology? The technology is there. The code is not there. Everything is being learned, but how do you use it?
So I'll give you two examples.
Yeah.
So in 2016, a museum in Paris created a robot called Bernison, and the robotic art critic that quietly wandered the museum halls, and this robot had bowler hat, coat, and the scarf, and he would actually go and this is my research, and it's not me. He could record people's reactions to the work of art, and in turn develop his own taste in becoming a critic. You know, the Tate partnered with Microsoft to do an engagement program through AI, trying to build their audience engagement. People like the Tate, the MoMA, all have new media departments, and I'm not talking about NFTs because that's quite the hated topic also, but even that, I mean, there are departments being created by all these museums to look at that. So AI, anybody? Continue, sorry, I've given money to
How is it going to be used? And in museums, they're going to use it like a lot of other organizations are going to use it. They're going to use it to scan reactions. They're going to use it to what is being missed, what is being looked at. It's like data collection of human behavior through a crowd. What object is being looked at, what is not being looked at. I mean, I'm not even going to go into translations and audio to video and all kinds of other things that can be done. You can use AI for a lot of things. It is just that how is it being used, and is it being used for the benefit of human race? In the end, technology is to benefit me. Otherwise,
there is a panel, I think, in the during program. They're talking about museums in the metaverse. So I'm actually very interested in that panel. But Gunita, you want to say something?
Yeah, so I can say a couple of things. First of all, I think AI does have potential for a lot of danger, and that needs to be addressed. But anyway, there's a lot of potential for really cool things. In relation to our work, you know, like we have 11,000 oral history interviews. It would take a human lifetime to go through all of that, and still you wouldn't retain all the information. Our brains are limited, but the AI brain is stronger than, you know, billions of human brains put together. So it can look at all that data and help you interpret it, I think, in ways that we cannot do ourselves. So we can augment our own minds to be able to sift through this historical data, because our human minds are limited and cannot do it. But then again, like, there are the dangers that need to be addressed, which, you know, there's a lot of people talking
never
about.
make for a great interviewer. AI can never replace human beings when it comes to
Oh no, I don't mean that. I mean the interpreting. Yeah.
Generally, whenever I prepare for my panels or I do my speeches in the Avid programs, I always, just for fun, do it on ChatGPT, just to see what's coming back. So I chat with Chat quite often. But you were saying something?
Yeah, I was saying that, you know, I'm a little divisive on the topic of technology, and because I primarily feel that museums are meant to have a personal experience, right? And I think technology is really helpful. I can't deny that all of us are here today because we've used social media and we brought it to our advantage, and that's how we spread a particular message across. But technology should not overshadow the actual message that the museum wants to convey. I think I'm okay with it. Otherwise,
technology is making that message more engaging, more relevant, because you also have to think about your stakeholders, your museum going audiences are growing younger. They're born with technology in their hand. I mean, they learn this before they learn to read. Honestly.
Yeah, that's completely. And I was thinking about it. You know, the younger audience to be completely immersed in the concept of arts and culture needs to be definitely worked on. So for them, particularly this.
You know, the gentleman from the Louvre, he gave an 8-point program, Emmanuel, and there was one statement he said to educate the gaze. And what they're doing at the Louvre is for children to build their, and I go into detail before I understood this French accent, was they're incentivizing kids with products if they answer or they look for things within the art in a traditional way. So you're educating the gaze and you're using technology as an enabler.
So, sorry.
So the way I look at technology is that it is making a lot of information accessible to people who earlier did not have access. You just need you don't even need a fancy smartphone, right? So sitting in any part of the world, in any remote area, whatever language you speak, even if it's sign language, through technology we are today able to connect. And AI, of course, like definitely. But again, I totally agree with what Anusha is saying, that we have to understand the implications of it. Most museums in the world have a social media, digital, marketing, etc. departments. If we talk of India, we don't have. So we are way back in that. And technology is not about LCD, LED screens and something flashing here and there. But it has to be studied before it is, the pros and cons of it, and in tune with cyber laws and everything before we take that final plunge.
I suggest people go check out the Expo. There's some wonderful exhibits out here. It's quite very well thought through. You wanted to say something?
Yeah.
Or can I?
On this aspect, one of the key purposes of the Museum of Possibilities is also to inform. So it's not just like, where do I get this mobility aid, or where do I get a particular screen reader, where do I get this particular device for my aging parent. It collects all of that information. It lets you know where all that, where to get what and approximately how much it costs. Now, of course, there are also professionals who help out. There's a speech therapist, there is a physiotherapist who, kind of helps you make those decisions while you're trying out or just experimenting with things. But there is a lot of routine, where do I get this and how much does it cost and who is selling that. And that's the kind of information which can get really tiresome if you have a very small team of people. And this is something which could so easily, take over that aspect of it, which is so key, but...
Yeah, just to add to the conversation about AI, I think museums are civil society institutions that have a very big responsibility. And when and AI is a new kid on the block, and it was NFT perhaps 2 years back. And I think we have to take a pause and say, and I think I agree with my co-panelists, that you have to look at the ethical concerns, the moral concerns, what does it actually mean in the realm of music. AI is now composing music. And being somebody who is a director for a technology-based museum, I'm not dissing technology. I'm saying that it's an additive to our experience as human beings. And there is something to be said about community experiences, collective effervescence, and experiences that we do as human beings together, which AI cannot replace. And also to bring in AI into an institutional context, I think it's the time to have conversations about it. I think it's the time to have discussions about it, but not perhaps to start implementing it in our spaces.
We have that conversation happening on Thursday at the NGMA in Bombay, so do come if you're around. But honestly, besides that, just one other thing what AI can aid in is your engagement. It's going to get you the right target. It's going to put it in the hands of people who want it to know the information that they can come to you. So I'm going to just start wrapping up because I want to open it up to a few audience question answers. So this is the final round, and I want you to open your bags and remove that crystal ball you'll have, and do some future gazing, and just take a minute each to kind of talk about some obviously the experts here who have been pushing the envelope and doing it really well. Would you see the future of museums and museology, the new trends? I won't go to technology, we already covered that. But the role of museums in society and how it's going to change. So, you start with the
I started working in the art sector just about maybe 10-15 years back, and I started working in a museum, and just to see what that experience was like then and where we're sitting today and having this conversation, it's a sea change in what is happening in terms of museum culture. And I'm speaking specifically of India, because originally it's a concept that came and was given to us, and now we're really embodying it and making it something that's our own. So I think the future for museums in India is extremely bright. Like I said, they're very, very important civil society institutions. and I'm glad the amount of work that private institutions, companies and individuals are doing in this space. So I'm really looking forward to what all we have to present. From the government side this morning, if all of you weren't present, there were talks of 10 tribal museums, 30 maritime museums, several state museums. So all of this is extremely exciting to hear. So yeah, really looking forward to the next 10, 15 years.
Good, Ethan?
Yeah, in terms of what museums can be like in the future, so we're living in the information age. There was a time where people went to museums for information. You can get that on the internet now. I think museums will have to offer that material experience and that social experience that you can't get on the internet. So I think those are some of the, at least in my opinion, items that can be additive.
So I think you could also talk about some international best practices in the museum space that you've seen or to quote.
The two words that I really yearn for, one is ownership and participation, where you go into the museum and you feel this is my object, this is my story. It's not a space where I've just gone to learn something, but it's I'm feeling like this is my space, and that's yes, that connection. It's multi-sensory, it's emotional, it's history, and if we can just I don't know if that's even a word, but de-hierarchize museums a little bit. Yes, democratize it a little bit. Little people, small people, their stories are amazing too.
Andrei?
So I've been listening to everyone, and I think my takeaway from here is each one of us have done something radical in their life, and I think if this is what a very small portion of India represents, I can't even imagine what the billions of people outside can do. So the scope is definitely huge when it comes to museums. Next, I feel that we need to start looking beyond the ordinary and beyond the immediate. And we all have done that. I think if we find inspiration from something which is not just local and remote to us, but go a little bit further, like Choiti mentioned, getting the people who don't have the access, get them involved. Let's celebrate the diversity that we have, and I think we have a humongous opportunity for progress in this field. Yes.
Let's keep this going quick.
I'm speaking purely from a disability perspective, so I look forward to the day in which there is some equivalence where a person who's disabled has at least an equivalent experience as a non-disabled person in any place of learning, engagement, experience, etc.
Thank you.
I actually have nothing to add. Everybody is saying, I agree with all of them. Except that when you start building a museum, it takes 10 years for it to finish. We're already in the future. So, I mean, by the time...
So we're already in the future. That's a profound statement. All of you.
What I understand from my work till now, including this project, is that India got museums from the colonial superpowers, and we need to re-look at the laws and the regulations and the policies that govern museums, most of which are still the ones that the British laid down for us, where they used museums to educate us natives about good things that we need to get out of the dark ages, kind of a thing. So we need to modernize our laws, especially we have too many government agencies, central, state, ASI state, etc. etc.
Just remember that.
And the second thing is that we need a funding agency for projects like us. We badly need that, which we don't have in India, because we're still following the colonial definition of a museum. And work like ours, thank you for calling it radical, makes us feel very much respected, but we badly need funding.
I was on a UNESCO panel last week and we talked about funding. And even if funding is available, we don't know where it's available. There are pockets. But what happens in the West, and I remember when I was in New York, I applied, there was an NEA grant, National Endowment of the Arts. They actually had workshops. I did a workshop to learn how to fill a grant for a non-profit that was helping out. But that said, I mean, the Museum Expo is something that is actually going to help the museums of the future. So for all you know me, I actually start my panel with some fun quotes for stats and quotes. I've not used the quotes because of the timing and the number of people on the panel, but I end it with a rapid fire round. So, and you're just supposed to say one word or two words. So what is the first, this is not like coffee with Karan, so before you all say it, what is the first thought that comes to your mind when I say the word transcending boundaries? Start with one word. Two words. You don't have mics? Shout.
It would be inclusion and diversity.
Wonderful. Anita? Transcending boundaries.
Yeah, in our case it would be just not thinking in terms of modern nation states when working with people.
Jyoti, this is supposed to be fast, guys. Rapid.
For some reason, I'm thinking farmer.
Wonderful. We all need food. True. Farming museum. They talked about it, I think, an agriculture museum. What did they? I think they did.
Well, for me, it would be expanding the mindset.
Wonderful.
360 degrees.
I'm going to say two things, the subcontinent and intergenerational.
Accessible and inclusive, of course, but also empowerment and empathy.
So now we've got our buzzwords for what the museums of the future need to look like. So thank you. Now we have time. I think we have about, before I get thrown out from the stage, we have about 7 minutes left. Right, good timing. Any questions from the audience? Okay, we all go for happy hour. No? Speechless? Wonderful. Thank you to our panel. I mean, such an exciting conversation. Thank you for listening to me, at least for this part, and sticking to the time I requested you all. 7 strong voices, all strong. I think this is, I've been a token male put on the panel, but thank you for all those insights of sharing and looking at the museums of the future, and congratulations on all the wonderful work you guys are doing, and keep it up. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Also.
This side. Excuse me, ma'am. Look here, look here. अरे यहाँ देख रहे हैं All of you look here. Just for a click. Thank you. नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए बोला नहीं नेक्स्ट सेशन है अभी 2:30 बजे 3 बजे 2:30 बजे से 6 से 7 तक है 2 हो रहे हैं अभी 2 और है हाँ 5 बजे सीधा 5 बजे विशाल भाई करना है जरा हाँ करना एक बार ये देखो ये यहाँ से भी ऐसे आती है आवाज़
आ रही है
हाँ वो वहाँ
नहीं आ रहा है उसमें से ही नहीं आ रहा होगा
लगा के देखो एक बार
Though I was in and out, but what little bits I heard was really nice. May I invite the speakers for this panel to come on stage? May I invite Ms. Junie Hands to please come on stage?
Hello. Hello.
हेलो हेलो हेलो
लो हो गया
हेलो 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 मुझे तो बताओ यार ये
वो लगाओ ना माइक अब एक्स्ट्रा लगाओ।
अच्छा वही तो मैं बोल रहा था।
हेलो हाँ भाई
Instead of the thousands of years ago that
ये XLR में दे नहीं रखा है ना
fluctuation would take. We live in an age that has seen the fastest change in climate the Earth has ever experienced since the extension of the dinosaurs event. Over the last 2 decades, there have been several macro measures which have been implemented across globally to address these environmental issues, from degradation to climate change, including policy reforms. She will be talking about the roles museum and heritage sites play in the lives of people and communities. Over to you. Thank you very much. A very good evening to all of you. I feel honored to deliver today's address at the 3 Days International Museum Expo 2023 at the
very onset, I would like to thank the Museum Division of the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, for initiating this wonderful event to come together to celebrate International Museum Day. Just like all of you present here, I'm eagerly anticipating the Museum Expo sessions that include panel discussions, workshops, featuring the case studies from all over the world. For several decades, museums have been powerful inspiration for our creativity, boosting our cultural diversity, helping regenerating local economies, attracting visitors and bringing revenues. There is also increasing evidence that they can contribute to social cohesion, civic engagement, health and well-being. The theme of the International Museum Day this year, Museum Sustainability and Well-being, is timely and relevant. In the years of the 21st century, the role of museums as drivers of the development started gaining a firm ground, getting the recognition for their role, which contributed to local economic development by supporting creative economy activities such as design and innovation. Museums' missions are thus enriched, although care, preservation, and display of heritage will always be their core function. However, today's museums are increasingly recognizing their role as agents of social and economic change, as they generate knowledge for and about society, but also as a place for social interaction and dialogue, and a source of creativity, as well as a source of individual and collective well-being. I'd like to share a few museum has partnered with the penitentiary authorities to lead workshops for criminal rehabilitation. Created the exhibition chapter. The Montreal Museum of Fine Art, on the other hand, has put forth a strong vision of the social role of culture and the cultural institutions, and has taken numerous actions aimed at promoting inclusiveness, health, and well-being. The Montreal Museum of Fine Art therapy programs takes a particular innovative approach, which is on a global recognition. The established programs are aimed broadly at persons experiencing mental health disorders, autism, eating disorders, and learning and behavioral difficulties, and also extend to socially excluded and marginalized individuals. Activities are quite diverse range from using art to improve self-images, hosting art workshops to assist those with speech and sensory disorders, and helping immigrants to settle by illustrating their own life stories through art. The Montreal Museum partners with many specialized partners to create these programs and works with the scientific organizations and universities to perform research in these areas. As you see, today's museums play a crucial role in addressing contemporary intergenerational dialogue and the cultural diplomacy principles can be applied. In a year where India holds the G20 presidency, this Museum Expo provides a valuable opportunity to share our ideas and collaboration on joint research, advocacy, and actions aiming at museums to evolve as vital cultural institutions. There is a need to give priority to museums in the cultural policies so as to ensure protection, dissemination, and transmission of heritage and the promotion of diversity of cultural expressions. UNESCO recommendation concerning the protection and the promotion of museums and collections, their diversity and their role in society, which is adopted in 2015, urges the member states to adopt policies and take appropriate measures to ensure the protection and the promotion of museums located in their own territories, but also to support them. I'm anticipating this 3-day International Museum Expo and wish you all the very best for your discussion and deliberation. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad and shukriya.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. I would like to now invite Ms. Aditi Zacharias. Aditi heads the Kerala Museum as a director. She has a Master's in Fine Arts from Wimbledon College, University of Arts, UK. She is also an Art Think South Asia Fellow. Her focus has been building a strong community of local museum lovers and stakeholders who engage in relevant ways and with the museum, with its programs and exhibitions. Over to you, Aditi.
Can we have the slides on?
Very good evening to you all. Thank you, Tejasvi, and hello to my co-panelists this evening. I'm going to get right to it since we have a very tight time deadline. In 1984, Kerala's pioneering entrepreneur, R. Madhavan Nair, embarked on a radical project to build a museum of Kerala history without any objects and artifacts in Kochi. He curated a sound and light show to bring people to the museum and present history in a fun and engaging way to them. The show gives the viewer a helicopter view of select social, cultural and political upheavals of the region and the importance of Kerala's geographical location on the southwest tip of India. In 1992, a museum of Indian contemporary art was also added to the museum complex with a small collection of 200 artworks that span the past century. Created as a resource for students, the collection story is told as a reflection of social and cultural political movements of the times. The first and only one of its kind in the 90s, the collection and later an art school with a library were accessed by art students from across the state. Believing that he must give back to the society that has given him so much, R. Madhavan Nair was attempting to engage audiences in new and exciting ways as far back as 1982, when he organized an exhibition of 60 quaint and unusual musical instruments at the Fine Arts Society of Kochi. That too in partnership with another organization where audiences could interact with the instruments and experience them up close. At the core of his efforts was his faith that knowledge of the arts makes better citizens, and we keep this vision at the center while we deliver value to our audiences today. Through workshops and visioning sessions, we have come to understand that museum experiences must allow for play and fun, so relaxation as well as learning. Similar to many of the museums on this panel, Museums for Life, we harness the power of storytelling to build capacity for our target audiences. A key step we took was to open up the spaces and the programming for a wide variety of programs. Through this, we have seen a leap in the number of participants and also the diversity. Toddlers to teenagers come in to take part in all our programs. Next. Although school trips are still the most common, there's an increase in the number of young families, parents and 2 children, for example, especially during the pandemic. The breadth of programming allowed audiences to taste and sample and eventually cross disciplines too. Then we were able to introduce interdisciplinary programming. Geography and music, for instance, in Music for Shantiniketan, history and theatre in documentary theatre, and so on. The biggest takeaway for our audiences, for our regular growing audience community, is the sense of connection, whether it's a wiki editathon or a film screening. Opening up the programming brought also collaborations that bring important resources and current context. So with spectacular shows like the Desaj Arts Festival organized by Sangeet Natak Academy, to the NGOs working in the spaces of gender or climate change, and so on. And at this point, we go back to the question, why would an individual set up a museum in the city of Kochi, a city of commerce and of changing demographics? We have gone from being outside the city limits in the 1980s when he set it up, to having a Kochi metro stop right outside our front door. The founder's dream, which was far ahead of its time to bring about social change through a space for the arts, is now being realized. And this only emphasizes the importance of having a vision for arts organizations and taking strategic and smart steps towards achieving it. Please. Being open and inclusive is as important in the realization of that vision too, to grow into the future that we want to be, to try to reach everyone. Survival is tough for private museums like ours, and staying relevant to our community is the real game changer. As we celebrated our 35th year in 2022, after we provided digital access to the Kerala Museum art collections on the Google Arts and Culture platform, we have now forayed into digital exhibitions on the history of Kerala with the support of the Geojit Foundation. Through the general platform, launched later this year, users and contributors will experience an intersectional history of Kerala through the power of digital storytelling. On this most exciting panel lineup, I look forward to learning about the innovative ways in which our sister organizations have redefined the word museum and are pushing the boundaries to connect with their audiences. Preeti. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditi. I would now like to invite Preeti. Preeti is the Curatorial Associate and Museum Educator at the Museum of Christian Art, or MOCA, in Goa. Preeti has a master's in Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, and a diploma in Museology and Art Conservation. At MOCA, she is involved in the education and research activities as well as public programming and content development. Over to you, Preeti. Preeti will be talking about one of the 3 R's which are commonly known in the sustainability lingo. She's going to be talking about the adaptive reuse of built heritage with context of the MOCA building.
Thank you, Tejasvi. Good evening, everyone. Adaptive reuse of heritage buildings can be described as a process of restoration that is compatible with the character of the space and also the physical structure, while also reusing the space for a contemporary purpose that provides value for the future. When a building can no longer be used for its intended purpose, a new use through adaptation could be the only way to preserve it and its significance. Adaptive reuse of heritage buildings is essential for sustainable development. Heritage buildings help us in understanding our past while also lending character to our communities, and thus their restoration and reuse has social benefits. Since it avoids the process of demolition and reconstruction, and in some cases bringing more land area under construction, it also becomes beneficial to the environment. One such example of adaptive reuse is the 17th century convent of Santa Monica. So this convent is said to be the first and the largest convent built for nuns in Asia. It was built in the 17th century, and at its peak it's said to have housed about 100 nuns. The convent also has a church along its southern wall. This church is again divided into 2 parts. One part is meant for the lay congregation, where the people would come, where the priest would be, and the second part of the church was divided by a grilled wall. It was meant for the exclusive use of the cloistered nuns who lived inside the convent. So in the late 19th century, the last nun in the convent, she died, after which the convent, after a few years, it came to be used as a barracks for the Portuguese army, and later post-Goa's liberation, the Indian army. After a few years, it was again returned to the Archdiocese of Goa, and today it is used as an educational institution for nuns. The main part of the church, which was used by the lay people, continued to remain in use for religious services. But the other part, which is called the choir area, where the nuns would participate in the mass from, that dilapidated due to no use of the space, because there were no nuns who were living inside. So the Museum of Christian Art was set up on the 23rd of January 1994 at the Seminary of Rashol, which is in South Goa. And in 2002, it was moved to the convent of Santa Monica to make it more accessible to people. Now when it moved to this space, while the structure of the building was there, there were a lot of internal works that had to be done to restore the building and also to make it more suitable for the museum and its requirements. Some of the works included the flooring, the roof works. Also, in order to accommodate the museum's collection, a mezzanine level was added. There was also a staircase was also built, which was a curved staircase in order to safeguard a doorway, which you can see over here in the second picture. So the doorway, it contained the niches of some of the nuns who lived in the convent. So in order to protect that, the staircase was built this way. However, given that it was a heritage building, it required constant maintenance and repairs, sometimes lack of which was adversely impacting the museum's collection as well as the functioning of the museum. Several interventions were made along the way, but an intensive upgradation project was undertaken between 2017 and 2022 in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture New Delhi, the Ministry of Culture Portugal, and the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation of Lisbon. Among the many works that were taken up during this project, one main work was a structural restoration of the building in which the museum is housed. The works included adding a false ceiling to the museum, which again addressed the issue of recurring leakages during the monsoon period. There was also a need to access the first floor, which was not possible for people who had disabilities or who had difficulty walking up. So, being a heritage building, it was difficult to get permissions for adding a lift, because of which a chairlift was added along the staircase leading up to the first floor. Similarly, a lot of artworks are also found within the convent of Santa Monica. This one, the first, which you see around the doorway, that's a red and white mural, that's called Kavi, and it's an art form which is very popular. It is commonly found along the Konkan coast. You find it in Maharashtra, Goa and Karnataka. It's usually found in temples and in some houses, but in Goa you also find it in churches. So this art was discovered around the doorways while they were scraping the paint during the upgradation, and it was conserved. Similarly, there were murals also depicting several saints and biblical scenes, so those were also conserved during this project. A major thing that during the project, there were a lot of new interventions. There was also conservation and restoration that happened with regard to the building and the art therein. So something that it was easy to distinguish the two. It was because the newer interventions were in shades of grey, while the heritage structure was in white. So even if required in the future, these interventions are easily reversible. So the church is also used as an extension of the museum for music concerts, art exhibitions, lectures and activities during school and college group visits. So the adaptive reuse of the 17th century Church of Santa Monica has been extremely sustainable, as it has made use of existing infrastructure while strengthening and refurbishing it up to a certain extent to suit the requirements of the museum. Adaptive reuse has also ensured the preservation of this heritage building and its historic value. The museum's collection also fits perfectly within the historical space, its purpose and the art therein, thereby enabling the visitors to understand better and engage with this unique art and architecture that they see in several churches around Goa. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti. I would like to now call N. Mridul. He is an international award architect and has a palette of diverse projects in India and the US, and an alumni of Chandigarh College of Architecture. He is a recipient of prestigious awards in India, Istanbul and Vienna. His projects and articles have been published in leading national and international magazines. He will be discussing of traditional indigenous knowledge and how that has roots in sustainability and how he has used these in creating one of the most interesting museums, the Desert Museums, or Arunacharna as it's popularly called, which is situated in Jodhpur. Over to you.
My thanks to Ministry of Culture and Mrs. Mukta Sinha for having me over here. Since the time is very limited, without much ado, I'll introduce this museum. The Thar Desert Museum, or Arunacharna, is a living example of intangible and tangible objects of daily consumption and use of desert communities, transformed from the limited resources that their very small pieces of land offer: vegetation, metal, minerals, water and livestock. These these resources are transformed into food, clothing, shelter, tools and means of livelihood. Essentially, these desert dwellers consume what they produce and use what they transform without having to depend much beyond the confines of the habitats. This museum is conceptualized to render an accessible experience that is steeped in the paradoxical simplicity and intricacies of the environment and the life of desert communities. When we acquired this piece of land, it was actually an abandoned stone quarry. And fortunately for us, this is one of the landforms that you find in Rajasthan, one of the two principal landforms. One is sandy, the other is rocky. And this suited us very well. Due to mining, a large part of the hillock was scooped out, but rainwater could never get retained because it did not have an embankment. The barren hillock has been transformed into a microcosm of a desert biome. Through rainwater harvesting, the dug-up quarry was converted into a large lake. The site has been nurtured into a rich biodiversity of indigenous vegetation. For instance, Kher Kumbatia, which actually serves as the vegetable for the desert people, which also they have grains, grasses, and flora that can grow on desert terrain using minimum water. A landscape that is robust with life. With flora and water in place, the museum attracts the desert fauna, native wildlife, migratory birds, peacocks, reptiles, and occasional deer also. The entire site is designed to act as an ecological dome for an array of desert flora and fauna. The built form of the museum is inspired by local, rural and indigenous architecture and aesthetic sensibilities. All the materials have been sourced from nearby villages, whether it is the soil for mud walls, cow dung, grass for the thatch roofs. Even the wood for the trusses are from native trees, and all built by local craftsmen. Gentle but remarkable embellishments are rendered by women with their bare fingers, which we saw in the first slide, and their hands. The museum structure is deliberately designed as a humble building so that it does not overwhelm the ordinary, mundane, everyday objects on display inside. The first module of Mud Museum has hundreds of brooms on display made out of a variety of grasses grown in different agrarian zones of Rajasthan. Every broom has embedded in it the ethno-history and stories of the place of its origin. The characteristics of particular brooms can be used to decipher various ecological indicators of their region. One region alone could have multiple categories of grasses from which a variety of brooms could be made for multiple applications. The grasses in turn tell the story of the vegetation possible in that land, about the kind of soil, about minerals, about thatch for the roofs, about ropes, about furniture, and about fodder that informs about the livestock in that piece of land, which is often the mainstay of the communities. The grass of brooms are also prototypical of the agrarian zones within Rajasthan, classified into three: the millet, which is in low rainfall area, the sorghum, which is in moderate rainfall area, and the maize zone, which is in high rainfall area. So these brooms, the grasses, are also indicators of rainfall and water bank of each region. And these are indicators of the principal crops of the region. So you see, I mean, what's just simple brooms, the stories, the kind of stories that they tell you. And it is not a touch me not kind of museum. It is an interactive museum so that visitors are sensitized towards the respect and value that these brooms have among the desert communities. So that was only one module. We have designed about 10 such modules and to display similar items. The other modules of the museum house similar ordinary objects to tell extraordinary stories of the indomitable desert dwellers. like food, utensils and toys, arts and crafts like Kathputli, which is very typical to the desert communities. Then you have folk music, folk dances and folk stories, and folk music, folk instruments, and folk music. From lavish traditions of storytelling to the rich, diverse biome of every region, the museum is an homage to all the things that sustain life in a place that otherwise resists it, a monument to the spirit of the people that dwell in the desert. Thank you, and I invite you all to come and visit this museum.
We will take your questions at the end. Thank you. I would like to now invite Sharath Namya. He is the director of the Dakshin Chitra Museum, Chennai, and he coordinates and oversees all the education programs, events, exhibitions with various teams across. He also manages the students and the art faculty of the Arts and Museum Management courses which are run by the Institute. He will be talking about making exhibitions sustainable and inclusive. Over to you, Sharath.
Good evening, everybody. Today's topic, Museums for Life, Lifestyle for Environment. Subject and focus area of tremendous relevance today. Our journey at Dakshin Chitra began more than 30 years ago. On a span of 10 acres of bare land, this open-air museum grew organically. Fearing that traditional cultures will soon be lost and realizing that people and future generations need to understand their roots and their history, Dakshin Chitra focused on preserving the rich arts and culture of the people of South India. Through its 20 authentic homes from the 5 southern states of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Art galleries, exhibitions, art bazaar, folk performance spaces, library, education programs, cultural tourism programs, all constantly engage and immerse the visitors. Am I audible? Today, Dakshin Chitra is a living museum because of all its authentic craftspeople, folk performing artists, and many programs and activities throughout the year. All these programs create a buzz and make people want to come and engage with the museum many times a year. Some visitors even come 20 to 30 times a year. We are an inclusive museum and reach out to different communities through specially curated programs. Over the years, we have had many special programs that are aimed at people with different interests, and they address current important issues of society. Our current focus is on global warming and climate change. Museums have a very important role to play in sensitizing. Maybe I thought I'd do it. Okay. Museums have a very important role to play in sensitizing and stressing the need for sustaining our planet with the huge numbers of children and adults that visit them. And we at Dakshin Chitra constantly emphasize the theme in all our activities and programs. In addition to celebrating all the festivals of South India and many other state festivals throughout the year, we have over the years conducted many relevant seminars and exhibitions. Dam Festival, exhibition and symposium on architecture and ecology, Water Festival, Garden Festivals, Dalit Festival, Language Festivals, Children's Literary Festivals, Utsava Festival, vernacular architecture workshops and seminars, school and college programs and outreach, virtual tours and talks, film festivals, exhibitions on non-biodegradable products and the harm they do, exhibitions on flora and fauna, bird walks and talks, environment film screenings, seminars on climate change, school quizzes and crafts workshops are some of them. Dakshin Chitta is committed to working to create awareness about the people, to be sensitive to the environment and help the planet through the many little steps an individual can take, and where possible linking it to their cultural legacy. We have recently constructed a 175-year-old house from Kerala, and through this house we are trying to work and reimagine how we can sensitize particularly young people on ecology and climate warming through innovative school and community programs. This house will have a major exhibition on the environment and what people can do to help the planet. The house will be a model for solar panels, composting, rainwater conservation, treatment of rainwater, and its reuse, biogas, and many others, all designed to reduce our carbon footprint. The 3 R's will be emphasized strongly: reduce, reuse, and recycle. This house will seek to make climate change very real and understandable to people, and will also give them the tools and knowledge to make their homes and lifestyles more sustainable and climate friendly. We have just begun reconstructing a 200-year-old ancestral house on Coombe. In this house, we will also be focusing upon climate change and sustainability. The Keralaites and the Kodavas traditionally lived in very close harmony with nature, and this house will bring out these 2 aspects. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. For myself, I would like to say we should learn from the past and repeat much of what was practiced in the past. This is in terms of living sustainably and in close harmony with the environment and nature. Gandhiji's words haunt my every waking moment these days. There is enough for mankind's needs, but not enough for mankind's greed. What we see today is the result of man's greed. Today, it is time that each one of us begins to walk the talk and take immediate steps to reduce our carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to invite Anjali. Anjali is a heritage and museum professional, and her practice focuses deeply on connecting and creating dialogues with communities. She has worked and specializes in interpretation and has worked on various natural and cultural heritage projects, including on heritage sites. Through her work, she is committed to generate awareness on conservation and interpretation of heritage. And her focus area is Jim Corbett and how she's used the community to harness conservation. Over to you, Anjali.
सुबह से अभी शाम तक आई एम श्योर आप सब लोग काफ़ी थक चुके होंगे, तो मैं एक फॉर्मल प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं दूंगी और एक कहानी सुनाऊंगी आपको। एक मकान की कहानी है। जो एक मकान था पहले
2022 में। उसके बाद एक म्यूज़ियम बना और फिर एक प्रतीक बन गया कम्युनिटी के लिए। सो इट बिकेम अ काइंड ऑफ अ लिविंग म्यूज़ियम और अपनी चार दीवारी से निकल के इट केम आउट टू द कम्युनिटी। It was a very small museum. It is still a very small museum क्योंकि उनका घर था वो छोटा ही था, तो एक छोटा म्यूजियम था। उसका जो इंटरप्रिटेशन भी हुआ वो भी बहुत सिंपल हुआ because Jim Corbett was a very simple man. And after that it has remained like that since it was formed. There were a bit of renovations in. It was formed into a museum in '64. Then there were a bit of renovations, but it's still a very simple museum. उसमें जो चीज़ें आप आजकल देखते हैं, चाहे वो VR, IR, any interactive, this thing is not there. It's a very simple museum, just depicting जो उनकी थोड़ी बहुत belongings थी। बट इसकी जो खास बात है वो ये है कि द कम्युनिटी जो उसके साथ म्यूजियम के रहती थी, वेयर जिम कॉर्बेट गॉट हिज टेनेंट्स टू लिव, द कम्युनिटी वर्चुअली टुक ओवर द आउटरीच प्रोग्राम्स ऑफ द म्यूजियम. द म्यूजियम बिलोंग्स टू कॉर्बेट टाइगर रिजर्व, बट द कम्युनिटी took the museum to symbolize it as a legacy of Jim Corbett, to take his legacy and his teachings of conservation forward. So it became an epitome of the legacy of a person, but at the same time it was also trying to take forward this legacy and promote conservation not only of environment through the various outreach programs that they do, but also of heritage conservation and also of sustainable development through tourism. Jim Corbett की ड्रीम थी कि जो उस गांव के लोग हैं, छोटी अलवानी म्यूजियम काला डोंगी में है और दोनों आसपास हैं, एक ऐसी जगह बने जिसकी जो कम्युनिटी है या जो गांव के लोग हैं वो अपने में आत्मनिर्भर हो। ये शब्द हम आजकल बहुत सुनते हैं, तो ये इस गांव की भी कोशिश है कि वो लोग अपने आप की जो अपना जो लाइवलीहुड है वो खुद सपोर्ट करें। तो दे हैड अ म्यूजियम शॉप और इसके अलावा और कुछ उन्होंने ऐसे कार्यक्रम करे, नेचर गाइड्स ट्रेनिंग करी, हेरिटेज वॉक्स करी, होम स्टेज करे, जिससे जो प्रोजेक्ट था वो अपने में एक सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग प्रोजेक्ट भी बन गया। अलॉन्ग विद दैट जो वहाँ की हेरिटेज थी जो जिम कॉर्बेट ने बनाए हुए थे, उस सब की लेगेसी को वो उन हेरिटेज की जो बिल्डिंग्स थी उनको उन्होंने कंजर्व भी करा। सो द ब्यूटी ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट इज दैट इट इज कम्प्लीटली community led and it is taken forward by the community, and in a way it just took the museum, as I said, out into the village through various things which were done by interpretation by the students or by the natives of the village. In the process it became very inclusive. Also women, children, everybody from the community got involved with the museum. So Jim Corbett was known for killing man-eaters, so his guns obviously has a very important role to play, which also are internationally recognized. So the gun which he is, one of his gun is in England, one of his guns is also at the village. So they also became very symbolic to conservation. So as I said, the various conservation education programs also which the community took on their own to take the message of conservation forward were also done by the village. There were various other outreach activities which kept happening, heritage walks and storytelling sessions, shadow puppetry, lot of things which are now a part of several outreach programs of museums. But this program is totally led by the community and is very inclusive. There are other non-government organizations and a lot of other organizations also that they partner with. Thank you very much. Hi. I am going to talk about IMAC, which is an initiative started by Rediti Foundation, the organization which I run. We basically work in three main areas, which is understanding and engaging with the museums
better, to how to kind of increase their social impact. Second is capacity building for the museum sector, and third is education. This is one of the initiatives which we started last year. This came out of a collaboration with Culture Declares Emergency in UK. We signed a declaration with them, and we partnered with 7 museums across India, some of which you will see here on the panel as well, to come collectively and address. This was a pilot project, so the main focus areas were to create awareness, create a network among ourselves for sharing practices and knowledge, and also at the end of the year to come out with one tangible impact for the larger museum sector. Our approach was that the collections of the museum, which is their strength, is through that we can enhance or we can talk about climate change. So creating awareness and talking about sustainability and climate change through the museum's collections and their histories. Also conduct quarterly workshops for the partner museums to help them in their operations and reduce their carbon footprints, and also to provide other museums with tools to measure their waste, whether it's their general waste or e-waste. For the creating awareness, we had a series called Eco Lens, and looking at the collections through that Eco Lens. And these are some of the ways which the partner museums have engaged with their community and the larger community on social media, which also in the process of creating these simple posts, there was awareness and knowledge also for the staff. So this was a very interesting way of engaging the staff and increasing their knowledge versus giving them like literature to read upon. This was an interesting way to connect with their collections and know about their histories of the collections with the Eco-Lens perspective. Along with that, museums like the Indian Indian Music Experience also had a bird song exhibition, which looking at bird songs and the birds, not just from the ecology point of view, but also from the culture point of view. So that was a nice amalgamation of the arts and culture with ecology. With regards to increasing capacity, we had 3 workshops so far in the year. The first one was on Eco-Lens, which then translated into the series which ran throughout the year, where each partner museums would post at every regular intervals. The second one was on waste management, looking at different aspects of waste generated within the organizations and the museums. And the third one was on electronic waste, which is another key and major waste area which we often don't know how to deal with. Some of the initiatives which the museums have taken post this is, for example, Museo Camera was already doing waste segregation, but it wasn't done 100%. There were a lot of times where the waste was kind of mixed up. So post this, they had regular workshops and regular sessions for their staff, which helped them kind of reach their 100% waste segregation. The artificial lakes and ponds which were created within Dakshin Chitra, and also Arunachala and Indian Music Experience also had some other interesting ways of reducing their waste and looking at sustainable methods. We also have come out with a handbook, which I had said the last point, which was a tangible impact for the larger museum sector. So we have come up with a handbook for the larger museum sector, which we will be releasing early next month. So please do look out for it. It looks at sustainable ways which the museums can operate, not just in their operations, but in their exhibitions and programming as well.
This handbook was developed in consultation with Urban Morph, which is an organization which works with waste management in Bangalore. And I invite other museum professionals and museums who are interested in partnering and coming on this journey to become a part of the solution. It is said that right now we are creating 2 billion, I forget the numbers, but we're creating 2 billion kgs of waste. By the year of 2040, we will be reaching 3.5. So what is it that we want to choose to be? The part of the solution or part of the problem? So I invite all of you to join us. This year also we will be partnering with 14 more museums. So whoever wants to sign up, please contact us and we will help you join this. Thank you. Our last panel speaker for today is Mr. Ajay. He is a senior partner at a leading law firm in India, and after being deeply influenced by what was happening with the planet, Ajay decided to focus on his attention on sustainability and climate change. To that, he co-founded the Bangalore Creative Circus and the Initiative for Climate Change, both working towards building ecosystems for the climate action. He will be talking about India's first Museum of Sustainability. Over to you, Ajay.
Thank you. Hi and good evening. I'm probably the only unqualified person on this particular panel. I am not a museum expert, but I certainly am sort of interested in the environment, and I think this topic for me is one that's very, very relevant. I am a co-founder at a space called Bangalore Creative Circus. It's designed like an urban living lab. Just before I get into what we do and how it sort of impacts sustainability, I'm going to tell you a small story. The story is about me. I used to be a lawyer for about 2 decades. I worked with a large law firm in Bangalore. We've got a presence across India. In 2017, I happened to see a documentary around climate change, and that changed my life. It scared the hell out of me. It told me that we have very little time left on this planet with things being normal. I also had a 5-year-old daughter, and this sort of upset at least me to want to do something. I spent the next 3 years learning lots about climate change. I learned about the science, but I also met hundreds of people, both in the city of Bangalore as well as outside of that, to try and understand what we were doing across the country to try and respond to this crisis that was coming our way. And I think what I learned at the end of those 3 years was 2 very, very key things for me. One, that the solutions to most of the problems we're talking about already exist. The problem today was that we were all working in silos, and therefore we needed people to come together to start working on these problems. And the other problem was just the way that we were living. I think the sort of medium and the methods and the process of living today is deeply sort of unsuited to the way that resources are available and the environment is available, and to a large extent the intent of our space was to try and respond to these 2 very sort of key issues. How did we try to solve the problem? We tried to solve it by saying that we need to think about lifestyles. We need to start to change the way we live. One way to change the way we live is to start to think about living better, and regenerative design and regenerative culture is a method to start to look at the environment and sort of human beings and how we can live in harmony with the resources that we have. But this imagination or this idea is not good enough, and we said that in order to get people to actively participate, you actually need to demonstrate this. And the whole idea of building a demonstrable space built on the idea of community and collaboration is the idea of Bangalore Creative Circus. The space itself, the top image there is an image of what the space used to look like in 2019. We leased out a 20,000 square feet warehouse in Bangalore. It used to be a steel factory many years ago. What we did was we wanted to bring green systems into it. We wanted to grow our own food. So we dug up the space, we pulled out the concrete, and what you see in the image at the end is what it is today. And we opened to the public in 2020 October, so it's about a year and a half, 2021, about a year and a half since we've been open. That's the farmers market that we have. But what we did with the space was we took all the concrete and all those rocks that you saw, all the granite that we found under the concrete became this building that you're seeing. This is the office block of the space. We've also used about 80% of all the material we've used is recycled and upcycled in terms of the space itself. My law firm that was in central Bangalore decided to move down the road, and they brought down all of the material in it. Everything that came in, I brought in. It was going to a landfill, so we brought it into our space and we constructed our space out of it. What you see there in that image is actually, just to give you an example, is an air conditioning vent. The front of it is vehicle parts, the back of it is sort of bathroom roofing. And we've used these principles across the space. So pretty much everything you see in that image is material that's been upcycled or recycled into what it is today. This is our restaurant. The restaurant was sort of created by asking people on social media to give us things they were throwing away, and everything that came in then became our medium of expression for the space. The restaurant itself has won a number of awards, international awards around interiors and sustainability, but the intent was really to tell people that nothing is waste. It's all material. It's a lack of imagination that is making us throw away things, and the idea was to try and create a new imagination of how we look at waste. The systems, this is probably the most important part of our space. We look at climate as, or response to climate change as something that requires us to respond wholly and completely. We have a museum within the space, but the space also does lots of other things. We run events, we have a farmers market, we work on circular economy, we've got tourism, we work with mobility, we very, very strongly work with community, both in the area and beyond. Well-being is a big part. We see sustainability as something that's both inside and outside. We're interested in technology and the efficiency it brings. We work with young people. We use art as a medium to communicate. So pretty much everything in the space has been built along with artists, and therefore it makes it easier for people to sort of understand what we're doing. We're also very interested in architecture. So we have a whole bunch of different techniques of sustainable architecture demonstrated in the space itself. The space has a number of methods of demonstrable sustainability of experiences, all the way from how we manage our water to sort of upcycling all the waste that we have. We compost it goes back into our gardens. We demonstrate how energy and renewable energy works. We have a restaurant that is farm to table. We also have a number of food systems that we're also interested in the future of food, and therefore have these food systems. These are some examples of what the visual of the space looks like. What you see up there on the left end is our permaculture garden. We also have an aquaponics system. We've got a number of different sort of demonstrable solutions on sustainability. We work very closely with artists, and we have a maker space for artists. All of what you see in these images are waste that's been converted into art. And finally, we're a community space. What we do is we hold events, we create this idea of community of practice, and we've had close to, I think, about 200 odd events. We've been open for about a year and a half. We've now become a little bit of the hub for Bangalore's sustainability community. A number of events take place, a number of conversations take place. It is also a center for art and culture. We're very interested in arts that are not usually represented, and our space has become that space for people who don't have representation otherwise. We have a lot of schools and colleges that come in and visit the space to try and understand how they can start to sort of get involved in sustainability. And finally, I think what we've become is a community center for a very, very ambitious project around developing cities or the future of Indian cities. We've taken a ward in Bangalore that has about 50,000 people, and we're trying to demonstrate how, in a period of 3 years, the future of Bangalore could look like through a whole systems design. So we've got energy, water, waste, justice, all of these different systems working together. And today we've got a number of people asking us to try and create these spaces in other parts of India. Thank you for being so patient and listening to all of us. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you to the panel. panelists. We had one question. We don't have much time, but there was one. No? Okay. Okay. We do have questions. I have questions for them, but in the interest of time and the next session, already people are here. So once again, thank you to the panelists and to all of you. And before we leave, can we just, individuals and communities can impact our environment and our society and the way we live and behave. So before we leave, can we just, before we leave for the day, or you can mull over it, one small change which we can implement in our own museums as an institution and as an individual, one thing which you can implement towards being part of the solution for the environment and the climate crisis which we all are going through. Have a lovely evening. Thank you.
मैडम हटा देता है उसको बोलो बोलो
Excuse me.
मैंने कहा तुझे सामने नहीं करो तो चल सामने वाले
Alright everybody, I know it's been a very long day, but this is the final session and it promises to be a very exciting one. I would like to welcome Shrey Mishra and Anshul Agarwal, who are hosting a masterclass on gaming on museums, which is incredibly interesting. They have an organization called Expo Central that does museums based, made in, that do app-based games made in India. And in fact, one of the things to look forward to tomorrow as well is the launch of their app-based game on museums that that I am generally, as a museum professional, very excited to play. It's a game that I cannot wait to get my hands on. So here they are to speak about
and Vande Mataram to one and all. My name is Anshul Agarwal and I am the co-founder at XR Central. And today we'll be talking about a very interesting topic, very close to our hearts, which is around games. You know, we've grown up playing games. We all have grown up hearing stories. So we thought, you know, on this occasion of this International Museum Day at the International Museum Expo, it'll make a lot of sense to talk about how are games created, what is the history about games, how old are games, and you know, how can museums really take a lot of lessons and primarily involve games in their own strategies. So we have a pretty fun-filled and an informative session today. So as I said, for today's conversation, we will be talking about a quick intro about who we are and you know what are our credentials, how are we really relevant when it comes to game and why should you really listen to us. Then we talk about what games and what are its definition, how are they really relevant to the museums, and then you know there are a lot of case studies that we have really picked up globally which talks about what the well-known museums are doing and how they're actually making the use of games to engage audience, and you know what sort of an impact is that really bringing out. So, a very quick introduction about who we are. We have been in the gaming industry for close to 8 years now. We have been reviewing a lot of games. We are ourselves avid gamers. We have been publishing games, and we have now, and we are really proud of the fact that we have come to a stage where we have now launched our own platform, which is called as MetaCube, which is a do-it-yourself or a build-it-yourself gaming platform. You know, it uses a lot of 3D technologies, 3D rendering, multiplayer environments, a lot of communication layers, and now it's so easy, each one of you can actually be a gamer yourself. You know, you don't need a knowledge of any sort of coding, any design. You can just drag and drop and, you know, build in your algorithms and your game is ready to be published. Yeah, we need to. Just give us a moment. I think there was some mix-up with the presentation.
ठीक है अभी लाइट है एक लाइट और है इसलिए यहाँ से देखिए अभी बोलूँगा देखे क्या ले जाओ लेके चला करना पड़ेगा करना पड़ेगा ठीक है फिर मैं ये लेके चलता हूँ वहाँ रख के नहीं हो पाएगा वहाँ से फिर आप इधर आएंगे आप खुद तो सोचो चलने का तो आप ही के लिए बोलते हैं लगा के सेट कर देना ये कैमरा बंद हो गया क्योंकि सही नहीं है ना इसकी भी देखिए होगा तो फोन कर देंगे माइक ऑफ कर दिए उसको ऑफ कर दिए ऑफ है और पता है ना वहाँ पर जब हम
Okay, looks like we're back on live. Sorry about the delay. So as I was mentioning, we have built a platform called as MetaCube, which is a build-it-yourself gaming platform, which is very well suited for the metaverse and the Web3 ecosystem that we hear. It's all 3D, it's all multiplayer, there's a lot of communication to interact and engage. And the best part is you don't really need a knowledge of any programming language or any design language. You can just come in and start creating your games by dragging and dropping, which will be published across devices like smartphones, PCs, tablets, and even a VR headset. So you can be proud of the fact that now you all can be a VR developer yourself without a particular knowledge of any coding and design. Now here are some of the fun facts, which we thought we should really share when it comes to gaming. The curiosity that we have as avid gamers has always been, how old are games, Why are games relevant? What is it about them that there is a lot of stickiness? Why do we keep on spending hours and hours every day playing and engaging with them? A quick fun fact, we've seen what this is. These are the rolling dices. We all play games, whether it's Snake and Ladder, Ludo, but do you know how old are they? The last known, the oldest fact that we have, it's that they are 3,000 years old. They were found in an excavation done in Iran, right? So, but some archaeologists, they also say that they're even older than 3,000 years. Now, moving on, if you see, we all play board games, we've played Monopoly, we've played Life, Ludo, Snake and Ladders, how old are they? They're actually older than even a dice. The earlier prints that was found for board game was actually called as the Senet board, which was played by the Egyptian civilization. And they go back to 5,000 years old, which is dated to 3,500 BC. There is a game called as Backgammon. It's from Iran, and it actually dates back to 600 AD. And it's also, if you see on the image, there is dice on it. There are these checkerboards, on it, and it's a multiplayer game. So now, if you see the trend, there was dice, and then there were 2 dice, and then there were board games, and then it all went to multiplayer games. We all know dominoes, tiles. We keep playing them, even in today's day and age, right? And if you see, they can be traced back to almost 3,000 years. So that's the sort of a history of where, games and the type of messaging, the storytelling, the heritage that they bring to the table. How could I miss chess? It's something which was invented in India, and we should be proud of the fact that it can be dated back to the 6th century. Of course, it was when it got invented in various different names. Now, today, more than 1,500 years later, the proud fact is that chess has really picked up in 172 countries. So, that's the power of games. So what I'm trying to essentially say is that games could be traced back to the times when even the mankind started, and that's how relevant, how significant they are. They have been thought about as a global phenomena. Every game has some sort of a heritage to share. And what better platform to really talk about games and what could they really bring to the art and culture field. So we thought, let's take a step back and think about what actually is a game. We did this exercise within our office where we asked our colleagues and friends to really just give one-word answers to what a game really means to them if they have to define it. So here are some of the answers that we really got. One was, a game is a language. Now it's a very interesting one because games, when we talk about a language, it's a universal language which is understood by people. It's understood across boundaries, right? It connects people. Game, the other response we got is a storytelling medium. Every game that you pick up, essentially if you look at their gameplay pretty precisely, they all have a narrative. They all have a story. Whether it's a role-based game where you have to really rescue or complete a few quests, or whether it's just a mission-based game. So all of them have a story around it. And if you take a look at the art and culture and even the museums, all of them are preserving, conserving, and promoting that story. So what a better way to really engage the audience, tell them about it through a storytelling medium, which is a game. The third response that we got was emotion. Now, some of the games that you might have played make you feel angry. Some of the games that you play, you actually go out and play because you want to let your rage out. We do it every day, and there are a lot of games you just play when you're happy. So it's all about emotions. It's all about the mood that you play with. Games have also been thought about as a medium, which is, as I just said a couple of slides ago, that it's an age-old method of communicating. And if you took a look, if you revisit the slides that I just showed, it says it's a multiplayer scenario, So multiplayer games, how people, how communities are talking to each other, how communities are being built is actually through a game. The next one is pretty interesting. It talks about skills. There are a lot of genres of games that we know, and Shrey will be talking through a few of the genres later on in the conversation. But they require skills. Whether, let's suppose, you're managing and curating your own museum. Now that requires a certain type of strategy, certain type of skill levels that you'll need. So, either you learn them or either you would have them, and then if you already have them, it just gives you a score and it tells you, where can you really improve. So it's also a learning medium. Third, the second last is around the heritage. As we see the game, the game that I mentioned around backgammon, it's actually a game which is really, really old, as I mentioned, but it's even played today. So it's a newer version which is out there in the market of the board game, but every time, you know, people pick that up, they are really connected to their roots. So that's how the heritage is also being shared, and as I already mentioned about the building community. Moving on, we know now what games are, but why do we play them, right? Because this is going to be the point of communication, this is going to be the point of engagement with the game and the type of messaging that we need to really drive. Every day, you know, most of us may be doing a 9-to-5 job, so we want to really escape the mundane. How do we really unwind ourselves? How do we shift our emotion, as I said? You know, how do we, if we are really sad, if we are really lonely, how do I really go about and change the mood? So I may actually pick up my smartphone and start playing a game. It could be as simple as a Mario. Second one is pretty interesting, you know, as it says, your game, your rules. You may not be the boss in office, right? You may not be the boss at home, but at game, yeah, you are. You decide your own rules. You decide what to do, right? So that's something as we also called as the expressions. You know, how easily, how much of freedom are you able to express yourself? Third is be a trophy hunter. Now, in games, there is a phenomena which is called as collectibles. We all play games, and we keep on playing games. I know so many of our friends, and a couple of them are sitting right there in the audience, they keep on playing games. They'll, you know, just spend hours and hours and hours just to get a trophy or unlock a particular type of a car or unlock a particular type of a gun. And they feel so proud when they come back. So it's also a confidence booster to them. Third is create your own plan. Now, there are so many genres of game. Now, it's not necessary that if I like a particular genre, then Shrey may like a particular genre. But then I can actually bring like-minded people in that group, and we can all have a discussion. So that's where we say, you know, if you want to really create your own plan, that's something, you know, you have to start playing games. Last is around to game is to learn. Now, as I said, game is also being used as a medium of learning. It's a pretty influential tool to learn, whether it's games which are being created in an immersive environment using virtual reality, augmented reality, or even smartphone-based games. One typical example is something that we have and displayed at this International Museum Expo, which is the Indian Museum Tycoon, which essentially talks about, you know, how difficult or easy it is to actually manage, operate and curate a museum in today's day and age. We as visitors typically go to a museum, we look at a few artifacts and we walk away, whether or not our interest is to really learn a lot about it or not. But then the game, the Indian Museum Tycoon, is actually around, you know, how is the life of a particular person who's managing the entire museum, and they move on from the level of intern to the museum director. So there are a lot of nuances that happen, and the idea and the key messaging and the thought around creating this game was that when we go to a museum now after playing such a game which is extending beyond the boundaries of the museum, we will really appreciate what is on display. We will start engaging with the artifacts in a very different manner than we used to, earlier. Here are a bunch of boring slides, I typically say, but these are facts and figures and stats. But it's very, very important for all of us to see how the gaming industry itself is, being adopted. How is it growing? What are the new trends? Now, if you see a very quick explanation of the slides is, the games actually started in the 1970s, and I'm specifically talking about the digital games. Now, we all know that the digital era, so-called, is essentially in the 90s. That's what, analysts talk about, that is what the media talks about, technologists talks about. But if you look at this particular aspect of it, the first game was actually, created within the digital format in 1972. Now that's even beyond, way ahead of its time when the internet was invented. That's in the 90s. the games have really evolved from, you know, the console-based, whether it's Nintendo, Sega, and so on, to, you know, arcade styles. We all go to arcades. The modern arcade of today is something called as Smash. I'm sure a lot of people might have gone to Smash. There are a lot of games that we play over there. We engage. There are a lot of tickets that come out, and we get a gratification. We get like a teddy bear. So, and then it sort of moved on from, you know, the console. And by the way, consoles still exist. You know, hardcore gamers like us, we still own consoles. You know, we also, one of our, you know, team outings typically we do is around going to the arcades and, you know, having fun. Then the era actually started around PC. You know, that's how the technology was also evolving. You know, the hardware industry was evolving. And when we went to the PC, you know, it gave a birth to a lot of handheld devices. Now, there are, for those of you who don't know, you know, there are a lot of handheld device games, consoles, you know, something like a Nintendo Switch, which is very, very popular these days. You know, it's like a handheld device you can actually just play. There was a popular handheld device called as Game Boy. You know, I think Pokemon was a very prominent game in that device. Then if you see, now here's the trend shift. As the technology was maturing, and as we now called the millennials and the Gen Z, you know, these are the people who have grown up playing games. Why? Because they have now come to their mobile. If you see now just a quick chart on what are the numbers and the opportunities within the mobile and how big is the mobile gaming industry, it's actually growing every day, and it's right now close to $100 billion. So that is where games have really now come. Games have now come to your own pocket. That is the power of, you know, the devices now that you have. But that's not it, right? Because games, as we say, or the digital games, is actually one of the most significant phenomena of this century. And this is not something that we claim, but these are some of the facts. There are reports by the World Economic Forum which says, you know, in the next 3 years, which is 2026, there will be $321 billion spent by people, which is a global people, just on procuring or playing games. Now that's a significant amount of money which will be spent. That means you see how many of folks out there really love playing games and engaging with them. That's about, you know, that's more of a B2C market. But let's see what are the businesses really doing. There were a lot of prominent entities are, you know, investing in developing games, whether through just mergers and acquisition. One of the such examples was actually Microsoft, and Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard for $69 billion. Now that's a lot of money. And Activision Blizzard, for those of you who don't know, was a company, you know, who had published Call of Duty, also known as COD. Very popular game that, you know, most of the gamers today they play. A lot of societies, as I was mentioning, and entities are actually using them for various purposes, whether it's around entertainment or it's around, you know, even education and training. A lot of corporates have started doing game-based or gamification-based trainings for their employees. The newer ways to really engage with games is with the metaverse and the Web3 ecosystem, where a lot of phenomena around the decentralization is being introduced. And yes, not to forget, games. Here's a quick fact. Games have always had AI ML built into it. I know it's now being highlighted, but gaming is an industry which already had AI and ML for decades now. What are the major trends which is really shaping the industry? You know, we've all heard about 5G. You know, what is it doing? The rise of 5G, it's making the internet faster. It's making your bandwidth with ultra low latency, which means there will be a lot of shared experiences, there will be a lot of connected experiences, multiplayer experiences, faster communication. Then we have seen how the AR and VR industry is really being democratized. If we were to give this presentation 2 years from today, that's in the past, we would not be talking about AR and VR and its democratization. But today, you know, with what happened at the pandemic, we've really moved fast, and now AR and VR, the way that, you know, they really come under the digital technologies and what is the power that they bring to the industries overall, it has really now come to a stage where it's so easy to make a VR application or an experience or an AR. They have now all come to your mobile with an extension to a VR headset. What is happening to the VR headset, you know, Oculus Quest now is just $300. It's way cheaper than an iPhone. So I think it's now really come in to a segment where it will be commoditized very soon. Everyone will have a VR headset. And as I already mentioned, the target market, the target audience is also shifted. Now we are at that cusp where the decision makers are actually changing. Now the Gen Z, they have now started earning. Now they have the buying power. So how do you really attract and engage the Gen Z, the newer generation who have actually grown up playing games? So one of the medium, since we're talking about games, has to be games. That's something that cannot be a miss while engaging them. A lot of data and analytics and analysis tools are being used on top of games, which tells about the psycho of the players, which tells about their behavior, which could be a very fruitful information for brands. And when I say brands, it's all, you know, museums are also brands. You know, they can really drive a lot of information, you know, where to engage with them, whether if it's around skilling, you know, they understand, okay, if a person is really unlocking this type of a collectible within the game, you know, his or her psycho could be around this, you know, then there could be some information or targeted advertisement, targeted content given to them. Gamification, as I said, because with the 5G, you know, everything is going to be very social, it's going to be very collaborative, connected, so gamification is something where we need a lot of gratifications so that there is that loyalty loop being developed within the industry. In terms of number, I'm just going to skim through a couple of these. If you see, you know, the active number of gamers globally, this is a global number, in 2023 stands at 3.2 billion. Now that's a huge number. Yes, of course, US and some markets are a little ahead of India, but collectively if we see, this is a pretty huge number in terms of you know, how the industry is shaping. We get asked a lot around, are games only for the masculine or the male gender? So we thought, you know, why not pull up a few numbers and really show it over here. If you see on the right-hand side, or the left-hand side primarily, you know, we've taken data from 2010 till 2023. Now, in 2010, you'd be surprised, 60% of the male population were active gamers, and now if you're coming to 2023, you know, the gap is actually narrowing. So games are something now being considered as gender neutral. So it's no longer just limited to the male population. Even the females are, you know, picking up games. We do get a lot of, and it's a proud moment for all of us, because we get a lot of, within India, we get a lot of applications, not only you know, from female gamers, but they also want to develop games. So I think that's a huge shift, I would say, in the mindset of how this entire industry is shaping. Now, the fun part. So, museums have always been a part of your favorite game. There are a lot of games out there, which already have a museum at the background. One such example that I want to highlight is actually a game which is called as a Paper Mario. It's an edition of Mario. And what they did was, it's a story around how, you know, Mario has to go about and save a curator, the museum curator. And then there are a lot of quests. And the entire game is around the museum itself. Similarly, one other example was done with the British Museum. The story revolves around how there was a ghost which comes into the museum, and how do you really survive, save your artifacts, and the entire story has the background of a museum. Now, with that thought, I just pass it on to Shrey to give you some of the best practice and what does it really mean for museums to really utilize and put it up in their strategy.
Hi, good evening everyone. So, how can museums make use of games? And I've kept it extremely simple. It's very non-technical of sorts. What I have here is that there are a given set of categories, and we have a few examples, and I'll talk you through some of these categories, right? So this one is a role-play game. So what you will see here is the Sermon of Buddha, and you actually are one of the disciples. So we've actually removed the audio, I guess. And what happens is that you enter Deer Park, and then as one of the disciples, you sort of enter in and move towards Buddha, and then of course, you know, sort of learn about the thing. So I think what Anshul also mentioned was about asymmetric storylines. That's what games do for you. And that's what a VR experience like this is showcasing. So I'll just pause for a moment here and just go through this once. So I've kept it flexible here. We're not sort of being fixated with just VR or just screen-based experiences. The user is sort of going through, and then as a disciple, you would see the view as well. And then there's a quick audio which sort of talks about each sermon. So something like this can be used by a lot of, you know, not only heritage-based experiences, but you know, various experiences can be shown. So this is one of the examples, and you feel that you're the character, right? That's why we play games. Another very interesting example is of American National History Museum. They have a treasure hunt experience, and again, here the medium is augmented reality. And in this one, you can actually move through the various levels. So each level at American National History Museum has a theme, and for each of those levels, they have various games. Now the character here there's a mascot, and it's more like a microbe, and then you sort of go around the various levels in the museum itself and complete the goals of the game. Yeah, this is one of the global examples. Apart from that, a lot of museums have an amazing amount of content which they have with them. And this is one of the examples which we are actually showcasing at our booth as well. You might have seen this arcade-like experience where you actually go in and there are soft toys and you grab one, and if you're lucky, then you're able to get one of those. So this is a VR experience which we're demonstrating here, where if you're lucky enough, then you are able to grab it. As you can see, the user is finding it a bit tough. And once you grab it, then of course, you get a quick information nugget about the artifact itself. So there's a bit of learning and there's a bit of gratification in terms of that information nugget as well. And if you visit the booth, then we are also giving out a flashcard of sorts of the exhibit. Yeah. Another very interesting way in which museums can engage is through puzzle games. So nothing, I mean, we're not sort of reinventing the wheel here, but certainly if you look at it, what we're showcasing here as an example, and it's again at our booth, is a quick jigsaw puzzle around tribal art, right? And I think a few of the folks in the audience here have experienced it at our booth as well today. So it's a screenless experience. So I think a big challenge today, which happens at museums, is that we have a lot of screens with AVs running, and of course it's not possible to just remove the screens, right? So this is a quick way of making those screens interactive with interactive puzzles, and puzzles are just the start. Quite honestly, there can be much more if you think through as well. Well, Anshul talked very quickly about the changing demographics. Apart from that, I think anyone who's played or watched a bit of videos about games might have seen Beat Saber. There's a very interesting exhibit here at the NCSM where you use the barcode scanners to play piano, right? So a lot of times games are also about sort of breaking that ceiling and opening it up for non-gamers as well. Folks who might maybe associate a more fun experience, maybe with a bit of dance, maybe with a bit of music as well. And that's where something like a Beat Saber is a prime example of that. It's one of the highest grossing games on Oculus and on VR platforms. And of course, we do have a lot of instruments, musical instruments as well, so it can be very interesting as an experience as well. This is another quick fun trivia game setup now. I would say quizzes are something which we do end up doing a lot, be it academia or be it museum exhibits as well. And this is just another fun way of trivia. So this is a VR trivia game which we created for India Internet Day. The questions which you will see here are around internet. So just a very quick analogy, the user actually picks up a bow and the user can shoot arrows, and the user shoots the arrows at the answer. So if it's the right answer, so there's like a nice sound effect of yay, and if you don't, then it's nay. And that's I think something which can be very quick and very interesting for users, right? So these are some of the quick examples of those. And now coming to our game, which we've recently built, and you guys can check it out also at the booth, which is the Indian Museum Tycoon. The whole idea here was to create a sort of a game which sort of engages people across ages and across genders as well. And it's a game which is not really violent, it's extremely creative. It's around resource management as well. And this is, in the next few slides, we actually just cover what our design journey was of creating this experience. So it can be a very interesting journey for all of you to see. So yes, the problem statement here was that a lot of times kids today or teenagers today might find museums a bit boring. And how can we make it more engaging and a more fun experience for them, right? So since all of us have smartphones, we chose the smartphone platform as the go-to platform for this. And we wanted to have a quick story around that itself. So while thinking of what you could have to make people engage around museums, we felt, well, I've played a lot of Tycoon games, and so have our team members, and we felt that through our research and through examples also, that Tycoon games can be a very interesting way to engage with audience as well. So we've chosen an isometric art style which sort of gives you a quick view. It's a bit real as well, and thanks to the Ministry of Culture and the various nodal bodies, we got a very, very interesting 3D artifacts as well. So all the artifacts which you see are from, sourced from the museums as well. These are some of the concept artists, and we have our team here, Priyanka and Satyik and Adyan making those. So, of course, whenever it's about a game, you start with the first prototype, and this is what the first prototype looked like. More corporate-ish, if you may, right? And this was the example UI, which we had, more isometric view with a few grid styles. And this is what the inventory menu looked like. When we sort of did a quick trial run in the UAT for the first version, what we realized was we lacked an economy. So while we had built the game, it was a bit too boring. There was no storyline to it, so we needed to make it more engaging. And there had to be some kind of level progression. So that's why we will play games, right? There's a start and an end, unlike life, right? It goes on, right? So instead of us taking a very non-linear approach, we added a storyline, and we added a museum director who sort of sends you a job request, and you start from as an intern in the museum itself. And then you move through the ranks, through the challenges which come your way. There's a quick video which talks about it. I don't think we have this now. Oops. There's a quick video which sort of showcases what are the various aspects. There's a storyline. You progress through the beats. So, of course, as you keep developing the museum and adding exhibits, you can also unlock daily mystery boxes, which enables you to discover new exhibits every now and then. So everyone has the capability to actually build a different museum as well. So you can actually discover and exhibit a lot of different museums as well. And this one is a very quick summary of the last video itself. And here we take you through various facets of the game itself, and it's a bit more in detail, so you can see the game quests which are there, how you place the exhibits. So as you see, there's a storyline while you're going on a curatorial journey. And there's a card-based system, so if you folks have played a bit of Clash Royale, there are cards which you unlock and characters and all. So we felt that that's something which a lot of teenagers or millennials and Gen Z would associate with as well. As you move, I think there would be a community as well around this. And we do have AI integrated here, so you can sort of hire agents to clean up the museum and those sort of things. Yeah. So yes, that's pretty much it. We are open for questions. We'll be happy to address any queries that you have. Oops. There's no mic, right? Okay. Oops. Or we could connect offline if you want.
So namaskar, I am Tanya Bangari. I'm a communication designer and a researcher as well. So my question here is that while looking at your design and everything, what made you actually choose the style to be like that of the museum and the logo as well? I mean, was there a thought process behind that particular style which you are actually showcasing in your game?
Yeah, I'll let the logo thing be answered by Adya. You want to come? Or you want to address that itself, you can address that. We have our team here, so that's the luxury which we have right now. Yeah, I mean, whatever, whichever way it is. Sattvic, yeah, Sattvic.
Yeah, so we basically took inspiration from showing the rich heritage of India. For example, we used a lot of gold in our design language. We also played around with the materials of different artifacts that we have in the game. And we made those into our UI and our background screens as well. So we have our concept artist, she created the background for it. And the font style also, we chose a bit to be a bit good, classy. Classical. Yeah, basically that was our inspiration.
So for the tycoon thing that we researched, right, we found a lot of low poly games on the internet. We did not find a lot of high poly, high resolution games on that in isometry. So we thought, we have, as an Indian culture, we are a very high resolution, detail oriented game place, right, in countries. So why not make a high poly game?
Thanks for your thanks out too. Oh, we have one question, sir.
Hello, my name is Shivam and I'm working in a museum. So my question is, if any museum wanted to create their own game, so how would your firm will help in that way? Or as you say, kids, if they really don't know any coding about that, so they can create their own games. So in that way, what can you do in that way?
So see, I think the first step would be how you are defining the problem statement at your end as well, let's say at the museum itself. So for example, is it to engage people at the museum itself, or is it to spread awareness to bring in footfalls, right? And I think generally once you define that, then it helps you address other questions. So first, of course, would be the aim and then the target devices which we're looking at. Once you have defined that, then I think a game development agency can certainly define the track and route for you. As far as, let's say, our platforms and our approaches would be concerned, it's very similar for any game development studio. It would be this itself, that we first define what the objective is, then the target devices, and then we roll it out. So for example, if it is doing a treasure hunt of sorts within the museum where you want some circulation and you want to do something like a Pokemon Go kind of a thing, right? So then the question would be, do you want it to be like a web AR, or do you want it to be on an app itself? And that sort of takes you to another branched out question. Do you have the app itself currently? If you have, then mostly you would like to embed it within the app itself. Otherwise, you might actually straight away go for a web AR because you might already have a website, right? So just saying, this is just one example, but I would say it would be a layered answer. But generally, this is the track which anyone would take. I hope that addresses.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you.
I think we have one.
So for this particular game, what was the timeline like? Like how much time did you guys spend making this game and to develop it?
3 months? Yeah, a quarter. Yeah, we actually first had a prototype, then we, once we had a prototype, like I showed you, then we moved into the nitty-gritties of it.
And see, you need to be cognizant of the fact that a lot of the artifacts that we are using are real. So I think, procurement of the digital artifacts, or if we were to create the digital, that's all built into this timeline. If it's something which is very fictitious, for example, just say, that could be a very faster timeline to create. So if you're working with something very real, the information about that has to be very, very genuine as well. So I think that's what took, that's why we're saying it's a quarter-long activity for someone like us.
Thank you so much. I think we're done with the questions, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you to Anshul and Shri for a great presentation. We're just going to take a 5-minute break to set up the stage for our virtual performance. Please stick around. It's going to be a great performance. It's storytelling in Urdu about museums, and it's been curated for our show. In the meantime, there's another round of quizzes and some freebie bags. So please stay.
खाना बनाएंगे तब तक गए थे भाई ये निकाल दूँ निकाल दूँ मैं इसको
Good evening. Welcome to